We've been down. This is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better now. Ooh, we've been down. This is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, this is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better now. Ooh, we've been down. This is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better
I
Talking, takes me better,
Good morning. I need a one in the chat first off, y'all. I need a one in the chat if you can hear me. I need a one. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. I need to know if y'all can hear me. I see sign in the bushes, girl. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, good, great. Is it clear? I mean, like, can you hear me? Like, hear me. Hey, Lady MV. Hey, Miss K. Hey, Shay. Barry. Come on, let me know. Is it clear? You see what y'all saying? Hopefully it is. Yes, it's clear on my end, loud and clear. I have a new mic. Oh God, it's good. I have a new mic, y'all, and it works. Yay! Oh Lord, have mercy, Y'all know how I am about my sound and things of that nature. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It is Friday, right? Yep. It's the weekend, baby. It is the weekend. Y'all ready to get it in for the weekend? We are here this morning. Why is that comment up there? Like, honestly, like, really, dude? All right. So, we're going to get started. I am so excited. Try it. Trey might be on mute, y'all. Y'all know how he
What?
I got a mic, Trey. I got a mic.
I don't give a damn. I'm still frustrated from last night and it's spiking.
What happened? Because you didn't go live, sir. I know, Barry. I know, girl. It was killing me too. You already know how I am. You know how I am, girl. When my people can't hear, I get frustrated and stuff. God is good. I ordered the mic. I was just hoping it would work. I'm hoping it would work good. And yes, y'all say it is. So, hey, Miss Ann. Hey, Lady Blue. Y'all come on in. Hey, Rice Cake. Happy Friday, everybody. Y'all come on in. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way in. Y'all, we got to get into this. Like, we got to get into these closing arguments because we could have a verdict today or maybe Monday. I don't know. But they did do the prosecutor and the defense did their closing arguments on yesterday. So we're gonna get into that this morning. And I don't know, by the time we get into it, maybe there's a I'm so proud of myself that I actually got through this little short trial, y'all, because y'all know Truth Hurts is good at starting some shit and not finishing. And I really don't like that about myself, so I'm trying to fix it. But this one right here, we saw all the way through. We're gonna see it all the way to the verdict, and then we're gonna get into another case starting on Monday. Now, with the case that we're gonna get into on Mondays, one thing I don't like about it is well into the case, y'all. It's well into the case, but we're gonna go back and we're gonna start at the beginning. Might be, I'm sure it's probably gonna be a verdict before we get through the testimonies and stuff, but that's okay. We can still go through the whole, court process or whatever. Wait is back. Her daddy acting funny. He act like he don't want her to speak to us today. Good morning, Gloria. Good morning, Reggie in the bushes. Thank you for joining in the bushes, girl. Hey, Duchess. Yeah, new mic, Duchess. Yeah. Oh, now when my extender get here, my Wi-Fi extender, I ordered another one. That in and out of stock. Then I'll be perfect. I will be so happy. I'm waiting on my extender to come in. One that The Truth recommended, and then I'll be good. But I'm happy with the mic, honey. Mm-hmm. He probably already done it, and you don't know nothing about The Truth. The Truth will drive all night to get where he want to go. He will go without sleep. Hell, I think he might put a pamper on, but he gonna get to where he going. So if he was trying to get to Atlanta with them boots, baby, he already there. He already there. He probably done gave it the boots and everything, testing them out. Ain't no telling. I don't know where he is. He'll be here. Anywho, y'all. So let's get into what we came here for today. I appreciate y'all joining me on this live. I really, really do. Y'all know how much I appreciate support on these on my crime and justice channels. Okay, I really do. And so we're gonna get into it now. We're gonna start off with the prosecution. Closing statements. Okay, y'all got any questions? Want me to stop at any point to ask a question or whatever? Let me know, and I will definitely do that. Okay. All right, let's go. Y'all hit that like button. Support the channel. Hit the cash app. Support your girl.
We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because, thank you, Miss Quanisha Johnson tried to right a wrong on her own terms. She pulled a gun and she pulled a trigger when there was no necessity. That is why we're here. That is what this boils down to.
Now, I'm just going to let it play unless someone wants me to stop and ask a question or answer a question. But, or unless I want to say something, because, a lot of times I'd be stopping myself. But I'm going to let it play, y'all. I'm going to just let it play, okay? I'm going to go on mute.
Mr. Sterling, in his opening statement, called this man a serial abuser 10, 15 times. But he does have a name. His name is DeMonte Smith. He was a father. He was a son. He was a friend. And he was a member of the community. He had and has people who cared deeply about him. He wasn't perfect, but he didn't deserve to die. Like anyone else in this courtroom, he was not perfect. And like anyone else in this courtroom, DeMonte Smith deserved an opportunity in his life to redeem himself of any of his faults. During jury selection, actually after jury selection and before the case began, you all took an oath before you heard any evidence in the case. And that oath was that you shall well and truly try the issue that is formed on the indictment of this case and give a true verdict according to the evidence. A fair and impartial juror, whether you could leave certain things outside from your decision in this case, whether you could focus on the evidence. So what is the evidence? Evidence here is any statements that you heard. Statements, previous statements, statements that come from that witness chair. Sworn testimony under oath is evidence. Evidence is any expert testimony. Evidence is you can determine or you can use your common sense when you're reviewing the evidence or you're determining what the evidence shows. Testimony of the witnesses, you can consider whether any of the witnesses that you heard from had a motive to lie. You can consider that when evaluating the testimony. Any photos, any documents that were admitted, the elements of the crime, consider that when you're deciding what the facts of the case are, applying it to the law. What is not evidence? Any passion about any issues or any facts in the case. Any public opinion about what happened in this case, about what should have happened in this case. Whether you are happy or unhappy with police in general, whether you are happy or unhappy with how the police handled this situation, that is not evidence. Any public feeling about any issues in the case, any sympathy for either party, for the victim or the defendant, any prejudice that you may have, whether you agree or whether you disagree with the law, and you are not, and you will hear from the judge to consider any possible penalty or judgment. Those things outside of that bubble should not come into play when you are evaluating what the evidence is and whether the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt. Because we of doing that. We thought that you all would be the most capable of focusing on what's inside of that bubble and not letting the things on the outside influence your decision. So a couple things I want to discuss before we get into the evidence that you'll hear about, obviously. Reasonable doubt. We have the burden, the state has the burden to prove each element in each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is it? The judge will tell you what a reasonable doubt is. She will tell you that it is a doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not beyond all doubt.
Miss Ann, I don't know, but I'll try to find out while we're listening. I'll try to find out what the jury breakdown.
It's not to a mathematical certainty, and it's not a doubt that's based on, it is a doubt that's based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague or arbitrary doubt. So if you have a doubt in your mind, is something possible? Maybe. But is it reasonable? If it's not a reasonable doubt, then it should not hold you back This is the example that I oftentimes use to explain what reasonable doubt is. I am old enough to remember when people used actual paper money. So there were, if some of you remember, there were sometimes dollar bills in circulation, which were really messed up. Like there will be writing on it. Sometimes it will have been torn in half and there would be like tape putting it back together. There might be a corner missing, scribbles all over it, right? But so it wasn't perfect, but you knew what it was and you would actually pass it at the store because you knew what it was. So if something's perfect, but did you have a reasonable doubt that that is a actual dollar bill? No, you didn't. And you would go to the store and you would pass it. It's much like this puzzle. So there's pieces missing. There's pieces missing. Is it perfect? No. But do you have any doubt, based on what you see in there, that that is a $1 bill? No, you don't. So it's not perfect, but you can still find that and you can still come to that decision. One of the other thing I want to talk about is credibility of witnesses. So when you're evaluating the evidence, you will have, one of your jobs is to determine the credibility of the witnesses who took the stand. This is no different. Your job of doing that as a juror is no different. People every day, especially if you have kids, you do this. You have to evaluate the credibility of what they're saying. And what do? You're going to receive a jury instruction on how to evaluate the credibility of witnesses, and it's really no different than you do in your daily lives. You are to consider the manner of testifying. Whether the person has an interest or lack an interest in the case. Their means an opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. So does the person who's testifying, how do they come off? How do they come off to you? Does the person have an interest or lack of interest? Do they have some sort of bias or motive? Do they have their own personal interest in that would influence what they say? Their means an opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. Were they there? Were they able to see what they're testifying about? The probability or improbability of their testimony. Does it even make sense? Their personal credibility as you observe it. That's your job and one of the most important jobs as a juror. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, you determine who is worthy of.
Miss Jan, I have to, has he contacted Terry? Because if he contacted Terry, I'll contact Terry and see what we can do. Okay, Miss Jan, let me know.
The other thing I want to talk about is evidence. So the type of evidence. There's circumstantial evidence and there's direct evidence, and the judge will explain to you what those are. You'll receive an instruction. Direct evidence is testimony of a person with actual knowledge. Actual knowledge from something that they observed, something that they actually saw. Circumstantial evidence is a proof of a fact and circumstance.
Okay, Miss Jane, email me his phone number. My email is strolling across the screen. Email me his phone number, and I'll get in touch with him.
circumstances that tend to prove or disprove something by inference. Okay, that's a really fancy way of basically saying you know something because you can piece it together. And the example that I always give is when we put gas in our car. So you go to the gas station, you put the gas pump in your car. Can you see the gas actually going into your tank? No, you can't. But there are things that you can observe. You can, if you're holding the pump, you can feel it. You can oftentimes hear it. You can smell it. It may have dripped out before you put it into your car. You can, unfortunately, see the dollar signs go up, so you know you're being charged. When you get in your car, you turn it on, you see the arrow go to the full tank, or it goes fuller. And then maybe even later you can see from your card that you used that you were in fact charged. Based on all of these things, you can infer you got gas, even though you couldn't see it.
Prosecution's closing argument. We'll get a break, get you back to the courtroom for more right after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, you've
person. She went missing from.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are watching the closing arguments in the self-defense or murder trial for Quenisha Johnson. The mother of four says she shot her boyfriend, DeMonte Smith, in self-defense. The prosecution disagrees, says it was murder. Let's go back into the courtroom right where we left off, the state's closing argument.
True.
So, based on Miss Johnson's decision,
Yes.
Didn't you cover that Breasia girl story?
Breasia.
I can't think of her last name. Her dad is some dude kidnapped her or something, shot a 10-year-old.
You talking about the trial that's going on now?
Yeah.
No, I did. That's the one I'm gonna start on Monday. I didn't cover that. I don't think.
I saw his interrogation last night. You should see it. There's a whole bunch of videos about him out.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're gonna start it on Monday. Send me that video just in case, because I got a lot of videos, but I may not have the one you got. So send me that. Thank you. Yeah, that's who it is, right, Kay? We starting that one on Monday. Do y'all agree? Should we? Let me know.
based on her attempting to right a wrong on her own terms, her choice to pull a gun, and not just pull a gun, but pull a trigger when there was no necessity. These are the charges that she faces. I want to go through each one just generally. You will receive an instruction from the judge that actually gives you the elements of each crime. But before we talk about the evidence, I think it's important for you to know what you're listening for. So let's take charges 1 and 2. Charge 1 is malice murder. Essentially, the state needs to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that Ms. Johnson caused the death of DeMonte Smith. She did so unlawfully.
Thank you, Duchess.
And with malice and forethought.
Thank you, Duchess.
So
Hey,
naturally,
Sonia.
you need to know what
Hey,
is
Candy
malice.
Corn. Hey,
You
guys.
receive an instruction on that. Malice is not the dictionary version. The legal definition of malice is not the dictionary version or the layman's term that we would think, that we would use in our everyday lives. Malice, you will hear, is just an unlawful intent to kill. It's without justification, it's without excuse, and it's without mitigation. It is not ill will or hatred. It is just an unlawful intent to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. It can be expressed. So, before that, it actually can be formed in an instant. There is no requirement of premeditation and motive is not required. Malice, that unlawful intent to kill without excuse or justification, you can find. If it could be expressed, so there could be a deliberate intent to take a life, okay? Rarely we see this, but I am going to kill you. So some express indication, or it can be implied. Implied is when there is no significant provocation. There's no significant provocation, but the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. What is an abandoned and malignant heart? Do the circumstances show that? When you're asking yourself whether there is malice here, you're asking yourself, okay, is it implied? Do the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart? That is an indifference, and you will hear an indifference to human life. And when you're determining whether that exists before the shooting and after. And you know what I'm going to talk about here. Ask yourself whether there was an indifference to human life after she shot DeMonte Smith, after he is screaming in pain, after he falls on the ground, when she says bye. State submits that shows an indifference to human life. The second is felony murder. Now, in Georgia, it's not like you see on TV, our murder statutes or murder charges are not separated into first degree, second degree, third degree, like they are in a lot of places. We have malice murder, we have felony murder, we also have voluntary manslaughter, and we'll get to that in a moment. For felony murder, the state needs to show that the defendant caused the death of DeMonte Smith and that she did so by committing another felony. And we'll get to that in a moment. This felony murder is regardless of whether she intended the death to occur. So there is no malice requirement here. It is just, did she cause the death of DeMonte Smith, and did she do it by committing another felony? You will see in the indictment that the state charged felony murder based on the assault. She caused the death of in a moment, but you will receive an instruction that aggravated assault is a felony in the state of Georgia. So these are the questions you're asking yourself. Did she commit an aggravated assault? We'll submit to you, yes. Did she cause the death, or did that aggravated assault directly cause or play a substantial part in causing the death? We will submit to you that yes. The other one I explained, you'll receive an instruction underneath the charges, and you'll see this on the verdict form, underneath the charges of malice murder and felony murder, you'll also have the consideration of a lesser included offense of voluntary manslaughter. So you will be permitted to, and you can find, you can convict the defendant of voluntary manslaughter if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that she caused the death of DeMonte Smith under circumstances that would otherwise be murder. But the caveat that she acted only because of a sudden, a violent, and an irresistible passion that resulted from serious provocation. Serious provocation you will hear is that provocation, it can't just be any provocation. It has to be sufficient to excite that sudden and violent and irresistible passion in a reasonable person. A reasonable person. And you'll also receive an instruction that words alone, no matter how provoking, will never reduce the crime from murder to voluntary manslaughter. Charges 3 and 4 are aggravated assault, family violence. The state needs to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Johnson assaulted DeMonte Smith, that she did so.
What do we think so far? The state's closing arguments. Remember, they get to go twice. They start, defense goes, and then they get the final word. We'll get a break in here and get you back in after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, you've heard of Florida Man.
At 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back. We're watching the closing arguments in the self-defense or murder case for Quenisha Johnson in Georgia. She admits to shooting and killing DeMonte Smith back in November of last year, but claims she shot him to protect herself. Prosecutors say no, it was murder. Let's go back into the courtroom now for more of the state's closing argument.
Weapon, in count 4, it is with an offensive weapon. I'll get to that in a moment. And that the two were living in the same household. So necessarily you need to know, or it's something that puts someone in a reasonable fear of receiving a violent injury. You will receive an instruction that a firearm is a deadly weapon, so that is count 3. We charge aggravated assault based on the deadly weapon of the firearm. And in count 4, you will receive an instruction that you can find her guilty of aggravated assault by using an offensive weapon, which you'll hear is a weapon when used, something that when used offensively is likely to cause serious bodily injury. And of course, I'm speaking about the tire rod that Ms. Johnson admitted that she took upstairs and confronted the defendant with and tried to hit it with. Count 5 is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is self-explanatory, but is a firearm on or within her reach and during the commission of a felony. We are alleging that she did possess a firearm during the commission of any one of the following felonies: malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assaults, which were in counts 3 and 4. Charges 6 and 7 are cruelty to the children in the 3rd degree. The state needs to show that Ms. Johnson intentionally allowed a child under the age of 18 to witness a forcible felony. We listed the forcible felonies as all of those in the indictment: malice murder, felony murder, and the aggravated assault in counts 3 and 4. And of course, those 2 children who are named in the indictment, who support those charges, are Nyla and Nuri Clark. Okay, so finally, right, because this is the issue in the case. So you have the charges, you have the elements, and you'll receive those. You'll receive legal instructions on this as well. A person is justified in using force that is intended or likely to cause great bodily injury if, only if that person reasonably believes that the force is necessary to prevent great bodily injury to himself or a third person.
So, what she just said. I mean, like what she just said. Let's talk about it. So, the man, and we don't know if he did it before, but we do know too, her to the ground on her face. On the particular day of the murder, he threatened her that he was gonna beat her ass again. Now, even though he didn't threaten, like outright threaten to kill her, he did threaten to beat her ass. And this woman says that, if you think that someone is going to cause great bodily harm to you, an ass whooping is bodily harm. Plus, there's statistics out there that show that a lot of women get beat to death. Because, see, when he slammed her on the ground or the floor, whatever, face first, that could have killed her. You just never know what, or altercation will bring, like especially if a person is jumping on you. You can be you can literally be somebody to death. You can. So, what do y'all think so far? What do y'all think so far? I'm gonna continue to play. Hey, Miss Carla, good to see you.
What is a reasonable belief? The standard is whether the circumstances would excite the fears of a reasonable person. So you're looking at the situation through the eyes of a reasonable person, not through the eyes of the defendant. So that the fear has to be reasonable. The fear of death or great bodily injury has to be reasonable.
The fear of great bodily injury has to be jumped on you and picked you up and threw you down on the floor face first, and is threatening to do it again. Not necessarily that, but threatening to jump on you again. Is that not fear of great bodily injury? Like, somebody let me know.
That reasonable belief has to be that deadly force is necessary, but also a claim of self-defense is not available to someone who is the initial aggressor. A person is not justified, and this is not a defense that is available. Uses, provokes the threat or the use of force against herself if she is the initial aggressor, or if she is engaged in combat by agreement. So essentially there are limitations. You can't start something and then complain that.
So is she insinuating that this woman started this? Like, the man threatened her before she even got her. This is why I don't understand why the police didn't make him leave after witnessing the heated argument and even had trouble trying to come. Exactly, Fawn. But now, is she trying to insinuate that this woman started it or provoked him?
Well, I felt like my life was in danger. The state is submitting that the facts in this case show that Ms. Johnson's belief or the belief that Mr. Sterling will argue that her life was in danger was unreasonable, that deadly force was unnecessary, and that she was the initial aggressor, or at least provoked use of force. And here are some of the reasons why. Mr. Sterling, in his opening, referenced several times about.
Now I want y'all to listen to this very carefully. I haven't heard it. Should be interesting because to me, honestly, it seems to me like she's about to provoke him to do whatever he did. Okay.
About how seriously Miss Johnson took these threats before she got home. And even when he questioned her, he asked her, why did you take these so seriously? I want to know. If she took them so seriously, then why in her first 911 call is she laughing? Why is she telling Detective Knight that when she first heard these threats, or when DeMonte...
I just want to say this. Y'all do know that Reggie, come on, listen, Reggie. Now, y'all do know that it's no coinkydink. As my grandbaby say, it's no coinkydink that all throughout this trial, as short as it was, the male prosecutor was doing the questioning and the cross-examinations, right? And in the closing arguments, it's the female prosecutor. No coinkydink. You want to know why? I've watched a lot of trials, y'all. I've watched a lot of trials. I've watched a lot of trial shows. I've listened to a lot of commentary on trials. And like I say, there's no coincidence that they're using a woman to do the closing statements because of shit like this. Because it's more acceptable for a woman to get up there and say, oh, she provoked him, or oh, if she thought she was gonna get beat, why did she do this and why did she do that and why did she do that? It's more acceptable for a woman to get up there and do that than a man. See, if a man gets up there and if the male prosecutor was to give these same closing arguments, it would seem as though he's attacking her. But since it's a woman, right, it's more acceptable. You know, the jury is more prone to. It's sickening, but it's a courtroom strategy that they use all the time when it comes to female defendants. Just thought I'd let y'all know that. Because, you know, all during the trial, we've heard the male prosecutor. Where's she come from? What's she been? Mm-hmm.
DeMonte was saying these things to her, allegedly, that she, quote, was joking it off. That isn't someone who's taking it so seriously. Why then is she saying to 911 on the third call, quote, I'm not worried about my safety? But now here in court, it's, I was scared for my life. I was crying for the police not to leave. I thought my life was in danger. When minutes prior, she's telling 911, I'm not worried for my safety.
That could be the damn case. I'm saying, though, if she's on the way home and she told the 911 operator, oh, I'm not worried about my safety, but once she get home, she see this dude's attitude, they're going back and forth, they arguing, cussing, and he's still threatening her, then maybe that changed. Like maybe she didn't feel on the way home her life was in danger. Maybe once she got home and caught the atmosphere, you know, him mad, screaming, hollering, her baby sitting up there half naked with a soiled diaper, and he want to argue instead of trying. I mean, come on now. All right, I'm gonna calm down. We're gonna get through this.
she announces her intention. She announces her intention to the police. And by that, I mean she says to them, okay, when I shoot him, and the police tell her, Officer Lammy tells her, well, you better be able to articulate that. And what was her response? If I could switch to it on there, I would right now. But I trust that you recall this. She says, oh, I can articulate it. Ma'am, if you can't, how can you articulate the need to use deadly force when nothing has happened yet? She has decided she's going to do it. She has announced her intention, and she has decided beforehand that she is justified in using deadly force.
Now, if she decided she was going to do it while the cops were still there, and she told the cops that she was going to do it, why in the hell would they leave? Why in the hell would they leave with both of them still in the house? If the cops feel like what she said, she was pretty much basically saying, I'm going to kill his ass, why did the cops leave them two in that house together? Make it make sense. So, basically what she's saying is just like the truth says, is grounds for a damn lawsuit. If she blatantly announced to the cops, look, this is what I'm going to do, and they left them in the house knowing she had a pistol, what is that? Child.
She walked in the house freely. She walked in the house freely. Mr. Sterling,
What do you mean?
about how she had no duty to retreat. I know that, and that is legal instruction that you will get. But the absence of those actions go to the reasonableness that her life was in danger. She walked in that house freely on her own free will. Police were in front of the house because she had gone up to the police car and said, listen, you guys cannot leave. You can't. I am deathly afraid to go in my house.
Now this woman want to sit here and say what she should have done. Now she want to. Woosah. Is she really doing this? Is she really saying these words? What she should have done? Oh, if it was me, I would have done. What she should have done was ran up to the police car. Even though she ran up to the police and said, did you not hear him just say he gonna beat my ass when y'all leave? Didn't she do that? Did she run up to the cops and say, listen, did you not just hear him say he gonna beat my ass when y'all leave? So she was also supposed to run up to the police car and say, child. Melissa, come on.
I need you to go in there. I need you to help me get my kids, and I need you to help me get somewhere. That is not what she did.
And she was
she does not have.
She was supposed to demand that from the cops. She was supposed to demand that from the police, who really didn't give a fuck, who really didn't care. Their actions show it. She was supposed to demand the cops to do what the fuck she wanted them to do. Come on, man.
Think about what she could have done if she was really, really.
It's a lot of coulda, woulda, coulda, shouldas in life. It's a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas in damn life in situations like this. It's a lot she could have did. It's a lot she didn't do. But since she didn't do what you say she should have done, then she's a murderer. You know what? Okay, and see, this is why they send the woman. How mad is giving the closing arguments? Because see, if a man got up there and said these things, it will be looked down upon. But since it's a woman who's basically saying, if it were me, this is what I would have done. My God, today, like honestly, another case of the victim being victimized all over again. My opinion alone. Maybe if you know what, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say. Yes, I will. Yes, I am. Maybe if it was you, Becky. Maybe if it was you, that might have worked. But her name is Quanisha, right? Her name is Quanisha, Becky. Maybe if you had called the cops and said your man was finna jump on you and beat your ass, maybe something would have been done. Maybe they would have made him leave, but they didn't do that in her situation. Okay. This is pissing me off. Yep, and y'all talked about it yesterday. And it said that when cops get those calls repeatedly at the same place, dealing with the same thing, some tend not to. That's right, Shay. That's it's sad, but it's true. That's why people shouldn't play with it. Like, you know, they get false calls, they get calls that's bullshit they do, but then they get those more serious calls and they take them lightly because of all the other shit that go on. But you know, when it comes to now statistically, domestic violence is one of the, you know what I'm saying, like for cops, supposedly is one of the most dangerous situations to show up to. So if that's the case, you should take every situation serious. You shouldn't just, you know what I'm saying? This lady pissing me off.
That worried for her life. She prepared for a confrontation. She goes to her car. She gets the gun. She gets a tire rod. She goes in the house. She prepares for it. How does she do that? She tells her kids to put the dog up. Put the dog in the cage. She tells Detective Knight that she did that. I told them to put the dog up. I told them to stay downstairs. Why? A confrontation that she was about to have with the defendant. And what does she do?
How many of y'all feel like she should have been? The man told her repeatedly that it was going to be a confrontation. He told her for the last time while the cops were still there. So what the hell you mean she was prepared? Of course she was prepared because the man told her he was gonna do it. Now if she hadn't done what she did, how you call Pepsi? If she hadn't done what she did and he in turn had to beat her to death and he was on trial, y'all be saying some different shit, right? I can't.
To DeMonte. She knows he's upstairs. That's where he took the baby, to put the baby down. So she walks upstairs to where a place in the house where there is no exit, mind you. She has a tire rod in her hands. She has a gun in her pocket. And she is going to confront the person that she now says makes her scared for her life. And she knows that he's unarmed. I mean, quite frankly, in that situation, she's got the upper hand.
Hey girl, she better have an upper hand. since his ass told her as a man he was gonna beat her ass, she better had an upper hand. She should have had the upper hand. She did right by having a fucking upper hand. Because a man threatening you 5-6 times before you enter your own house where your kids are, he threatened to beat your ass. You better have an upper hand. The fuck? Just saying.
And she got another weapon. And the cops are still outside. All of these things are what you should consider when you're thinking about whether this belief that her life was in danger and whether the need to use deadly force was absolutely necessary. These are the things that you should consider. And when you're questioning whether she provoked the use of force or whether she was the initial aggressor, these are facts that you should be considering. And I remember what she testified. She said,
exactly, Cold Pepsi is called self-defense. The fuck? It's called self-defense. Shut up, Tony. Because your ass, if you had tried, you'd got the same damn thing. When the police left, what? You don't know that shit. Shut up. Y'all, I'm finna man said I'm in and out multitasking, but if she know about him and he said it in front of the cops, why she didn't leave at that point? Mad. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So let me explain why I wouldn't have left. I don't know what I would. I'm not going to even though I've been in situations, I'm not going to put myself in her situation because that was her situation. But for me, honestly, as a woman, the reason why I think she didn't leave because for one, it was her shit. It was her house. And shut up, Tony. And she had 3 babies there. And who's to say that she wasn't trying to leave? Like, who's to say she wasn't gonna leave? But she had to go there to get her kids. In my opinion, I know I wouldn't have went somewhere, posted up and shit and chilling, and my kids were still there. Yeah, her name was the only name on the lease, Miss Carla. What did Tony say? Tony feel as though, this is what Tony feels. He feel like once the cops left and didn't do anything to him or make him leave or this and that and the third, she got mad. He feel like she got mad because the cops didn't do anything, and then she. But see, that don't work for me, Tony, because she was like it's the taking the tire the what is it, the tire thing. What Tony? Once the police left, the man said he was gonna jump on her. But he had done it. Have you been listening to my commentary on this case? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's reenact and let me and you try the same scenario and see where your ass be. How about that? I know you ain't worried about it because you ain't no woman beater. This man was a woman beater. He was a woman beater. Okay? Yeah, she should have been left on her, but she did. She did. Now, I'm not finna argue with you about this shit. He was wrong, damn it. You stay your ass back there and be quiet. Don't do it, true. I say it. I didn't even know he been. I didn't even know he been listening to me doing this commentary, y'all. And all of a sudden at the end, he want to bust out with an opinion. He gonna make me bust him in his face. I commit the domestic violence around him. Man, Ann said he probably did, Miss Ann. The reason why he was beating on females, because he had another case, so it's possible that she wasn't the only female that he had hit on. He better leave me alone, E-Boost. I ain't playing with Tony. But y'all do know Tony do things to rile me up. I ain't never, well, yes, I have. I've seen several men that like women to just go the fuck out. Tony likes to rile me up. He likes me to cuss his ass out. It's really weird, but it works. All right, y'all, let's listen.
I was scared. She says I was scared. But being just simply scared is not enough to pull the trigger of a gun. You can't just be scared. Reasonable fear that your life is in danger. In a moment, I'm going to leave the floor to Mr. His opening. I expect that he will talk about a lot of things. He will talk about a lot of things other than what happened upstairs at 796 Edenberry Lane on November 27th.
Why the hell you know that? Why you
He'll talk
know
about
that?
a lot of things other than what the physical evidence shows.
Hey, Fun Baby.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored. How about you?
Good. Did this bitch just say being scared ain't enough reason to pull a trigger?
She done said a lot of things. Fun.
So I need her to tell me what's a good probable cause to pull a trigger. Because if you scared, go ahead.
But she just said not 10 minutes ago that if you feel like you're gonna be caused great bodily harm, she just said that. So what is she saying?
I don't know, but she doing a good job mind fucking these jury people.
Well, she may think she's not. Hopefully she's not. But that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah.
That's what she's trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, when she said being scared is not reason enough to pull the trigger.
Shit, there's a lot of scared motherfuckers pull the trigger all the damn time.
Well, then you need to start at home. Try talking to the cops because they trigger happy.
Exactly. I'm just getting, I'm trying to stay calm for him. I'm glad you came up here because now I could calm down.
Well, I don't know.
This is really pissing me off.
Because I might be the rah-rah person for you.
That's okay. It's Friday. Yes, she did, Miss Janice. Yes, she did. I mean, I'm behooved. But, like I said, they put the women up to do this all the time in trials. Like, honestly, they do. I've seen it before. Because had that male prosecutor said all this shit, it would have came off as him attacking her. That was the only reason for that female prosecutor to be in the damn courtroom.
Well, honestly,
the closing statements.
Honestly, that is a good move. You shouldn't have a man closing out saying the same words that she's saying. Not that it's right what she's saying. Yeah, but it wouldn't have looked good if a man was doing it.
Right.
They playing their cards right.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just wait. I can't wait to hear the defense close.
Oh yeah, we wait for old Mike. All right, let's. You gonna stay up with me?
Yeah, I'll stay up here for a minute.
Okay.
He's going to about likely how awful DeMonte Smith was, how awful he thinks he was. That's his case. I understand that. How awful the police were and how awful the victim was here. But the thing is, and what I want you to remember is that the police are not on trial. And neither is deceased DeMonte.
They should be. They should be. They absolutely
What you are
could be.
here to evaluate.
Shit, let me see. But how it sounds like this woman couldn't have had a premeditated plan of aggression or revenge because of she. I said yesterday she could have. I digress to that. I said she could have. She could have been fed up, and she could have, had it on her mind that this was it. I mean, hey, it happens. Culpepper said when some people are scared, the only thing they're thinking about is doing whatever it takes to get out of the home. Y'all, Culpepper, absolutely.
Evaluate are the defendant's actions. In those moments that she pulled the gun, that she was walking upstairs to confront DeMonte with 2 weapons, was she scared for her
Now,
life?
how does she know that when she went upstairs, she was going to confront him? She could have went upstairs to go get her baby.
I was going to say that. How do you know she didn't go up there to get her baby? Because she told
And I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Yeah, she told the kids to stay downstairs. So she probably went to get the baby to come back downstairs. Who's to say she was getting ready to leave, like you said?
Exactly. The woman could have had plans to leave. How can you say that she went upstairs to confront him? Come on.
In the moment that she pulled that weapon, did she have a real fear that her life was in danger? Everything other than those critical few moments, I submit to you, is background noise. Everything that they have tried to throw in about DeMonte Smith's background, it's background noise. Because none of it changes the fact.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Because if he has a history of domestic violence, that's not background noise, ma'am. That's not background noise. And I'm sure it's not background noise for the people or the women that he's harmed. That's a pattern. That's what he does. That's what he was doing. That's not background noise.
What she's trying to do is erase all of that out the jury's mind and just concentrate on this one particular situation.
Right.
Don't worry about he done beat other women's asses and he got cases on that. Don't worry about that.
Right.
Let's worry about this right here.
Thank you, Miss Andrea Gentry. Thank you. And thank you for subbing to my channel. I appreciate you. Y'all welcome Miss Andrea. Go ahead, Fun. It's ridiculous, Fun.
That's what she's doing. See, all this is, what they do is they play pretty much like mind games with you.
Right.
That's all they're trying to confuse you.
Culpepper said if she had been beaten before, what was she supposed to do? She knows she couldn't win just with her hands, so she had protect. 2 weeks ago, picture it, Cicely. 2 weeks ago, he jumped on her, picked her up, and slammed her to the floor face first. 2 weeks ago. Well, not 2 weeks ago, but 2 weeks before this incident. Right? Okay. Okay, we're not going to forget that. We're not going to forget that.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I was taught at a younger age, if somebody bigger than you fucking with you, you pick up anything you can find, whether it's your book bag, a rock, a brick, a stick.
Okay, so Big Tony has entered the room. Now we're gonna talk civil. I ain't gonna jump on him. Now, don't say nothing stupid or I will. Now what you gotta say?
Hey, I got a story to tell you.
What's this?
When I was young, my mama taught me to.
She did. You were still wayward.
Yeah, my sister, I was like 30. And on her birthday, they had got into it, they were drinking and shit. And after a while, they had got in a fight. So they were fighting like cats and dogs. So I jumped up. And he had hit her in the head with a Seagram gin bottle. I mean, her head blooded.
Not a head ball.
Yeah, not head ball. Her head blooded up. And when I grabbed him, we went to going at it. My mama got up and she said, "Oh, Tony, no, let's turn him loose, turn him loose." I said, "Oh, no, he done hit my sister with a bar." Mom said, "Turn him loose, let him go." I said, "Why?"
Killing the man.
I said, "Why?" She said, "You'll see. She'll be with him goddamn the next day." And goddamn it, with the next goddamn evening, he was back down there in the house.
I get that. I get that.
Tony!
Money boy!
Oh,
You
now he comes to surface.
Yeah, right. I get that, but you still did.
I've been parenting, ma'am.
Well, we didn't get our morning intro.
He sounds
That's
a little.
because she was being extra. Stupid. They see.
I get that, Tony, but you did do the right thing in trying to stop. Like, you weren't gonna sit there and just let dude. I get what your mama was saying too. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of victims, they do like, you know, it's been people that actually been like killed or harmed trying to stop a domestic dispute. I get that.
So you don't get in folks' problems. You stay out of these women problems. They be in love. They so-called be in love.
So you mean tell me, okay, picture it, Cicely. If me and you are out eating like we do, and in a restaurant, and a man jump on a woman, we sitting there like they literally like right next to us.
Tony ain't seen shit. Now he ain't seen nothing.
I ain't seen motherfuckers die.
Tony, quit lying now. Now I know you. You would not sit there and let that man beat on that.
I called the police, but I ain't doing nothing else.
That's it.
I don't believe that, Tony. I don't believe
But
that
you gotta understand, you know, I get it, but I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm on the fence because if this was 1949, yes. This is 2023.
She might goddamn start goddamn whooping my ass with it.
Exactly.
That's true. That's true, but I get it. But
People do get hurt by trying
yeah,
to
they get hurt and they get
so-called
killed.
helping somebody.
Yeah, some people don't got killed behind trying to, you know.
Yeah, I'm with Money Boy. I call 911 for you.
That's about all.
And I'll record the whole incident for you for evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But am I
I don't
jumping
know.
in it?
I know Tony, y'all. Tony talking that shit, but I know him, and I just don't believe he'll just sit there and let old boy jump on.
Yeah, but it's a new time and age now.
That was 12 years ago, Tony. Things done changed.
Yeah,
Right.
Motherfucker killing motherfuckers now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, it's a lot. I just don't know. But the police had a job to do, baby. The police did not do their job.
Oh, they did their job.
No, they didn't.
She ain't had no bruises on. She ain't had no cuts. Her eye wasn't swollen.
Just because a person gets beat don't always show evidence of bruises.
That's true. That's so true.
Well, you ain't get beat then.
Oh God.
What if he knocked her upside the head? She got all that hair. Unless you bald head, you can see the scalp.
You'll see it not upside her head.
Oh, you won't see something if she got that ass whooped.
Lord have mercy. I just cannot with you two. I can't. All right, y'all. The police should have made one to leave. I agree, Cole Pepsi. Mm-hmm. Yup. The police failed him and her. The police did not do their job.
So D-Truth said yesterday that police are trained to listen to what's not being said. And she said in so many words, damn it, dumbasses, I'm in fucking danger. I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
Now, D-Truth was talking about detective. The regular cop that's in a damn squad car ain't trained for that shit. Them folk are unprepared for 99% of the situations they go into.
Well, they should be trained in it because this is what happens. This is what happens. Okay.
They not conflict resolution people. They would never be done with training if they had to train for every possible scenario they
call themselves they call themselves giving cops extra training to identify and work with the mentally ill. I know that's they're doing that. So if
And
they
what
get
police
extra training
stations is
for
this
that,
happening at?
huh?
What police stations is this happening at? They say it, but
I'm telling you what the people saying. Like they saying that because so many cops done killed, you know, people that are mentally ill, that they supposed to be getting this extra training. Shit, they need extra training on domestic violence situations. If you ask me, somebody need to do something. This is
Hell, they
ridiculous.
trained to know when to pull the trigger and when not to pull the trigger. That
Hell
can help.
yeah. Shit, if you out there doing a job, how you say, Gia? Miss Janice say, if I tell you not to come any closer, I will have blasted his ass too, knowing what you was about to do to me and behind closed doors, and the police are gone. Come on. Come on, Miss Janice. The thing about it is cops have a very, very, stressful but important job.
But that's what you signed up for. So you
And
should
that's what
take
you
your job
signed up for.
seriously.
Exactly. Let's see how much left on these, because I'm ready to hear Mike at this point. Where her ass at. Oh, we got like, less than a minute, I think, y'all. Let's listen.
What happened in that house that day? Self-defense laws, they are laws of last resort. Being just simply scared is not enough. The question for you is, was it Miss Johnson or save the life of someone else? Now, because the state has the burden, we will have another opportunity to speak. And at that time, when we do, we will address how the evidence does not support that. Thank you.
All right, the first part of the state's closing argument, we'll get a break and hear from Mr. Michael Sterling. What's the defense going to do to counter it? That's next.
All right, y'all. So that was the ending of the closing statement, the state's closing statement. Truth, can you stay live with the phone? Right, Kate. I actually could. It's nothing but a thing for me, but we'll see. Cause see, I'm watching. I'm really, really watching to see if they're gonna because they from what I'm reading, the jury is set to deliberate. So that it might be a quick verdict, may not be a quick verdict, but we'll see, and we'll see. Right, State. If I do, if I get through on this channel, then maybe I'll take a break and then come back on my next channel, on my other channel. All right. So let's get into. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah. You support the channel. I would definitely stay. Thank you, Rice Cake. I appreciate the support, sweetie. Thank you. And sometimes the mentally ill get by with crimes because they get it. Yeah, that's true too, Miss Glory. So now we're gonna get into the defense, y'all. Let me pull it up. All right, y'all. I'm pulling it up. Okay. Let's see. Y'all, it was like Michael talked for an hour. And oh my goodness, Michael said, I ain't trying to hear what y'all talking about. Unless the prosecutor got back up. Let's see.
He coming out on Crip. Come on, Michael.
I know that's right for him. I enjoy these morning lives. I may not always drop in and check out. Thank you, Rice Cake. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, y'all, let's listen. Trey, was you gonna say something before I start?
Nope.
Okay. All right, let's listen, y'all. This is the defense, Michael Sterling.
Got palpitations in my heart. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me make a confession. Sweaty, I've got palpitations in my heart. Practicing law. 41 now. The lawyers that Ms. Johnson could have chosen in Atlanta and Georgia, she chose me. This mother of 3, mother of 4, chose me to represent her in this case. I couldn't eat lunch. I couldn't do anything except think about what I could say to make sure you understood the important points that came across in this case. The important points that Ms. Johnson had no intention of doing harm or ill will to anybody on this night in question. And when you look at all of the circumstances, all of her actions in trying to plead for help and trying to get protection, trying to get police intervention, you know that she had no ill intent towards anybody that night. She asked for help, pleaded for protection, and she was left defenseless by police officers who knew better. She was left defenseless by police officers who knew better. Now, the state calls it background noise. The state would have you do what the police officers did that night and what they're doing. Ignore the intentions of DeMonte Smith. That's what they want you to do. Ignore the intentions of DeMonte Smith, the person who announced time and time again what his intentions were that night. Go to the next slide. The only person who repeatedly announced their intentions that night was DeMonte Smith. Confirmed by the detective that he says, I'm gonna beat your ass on Crip, on his gang, on his street gang affiliation. A promise that Ms. Johnson took seriously, but the police and the state does not.
Sorry, we're hitting the top of the break. I know he's just getting going. We need a break here. We'll have more of the closings in Georgia when we come back. Plus, jury deliberations getting underway at any moment in Nevada. Just return.
2 aunts.
Right now, we got to get back to Georgia because we're watching the closing argument on behalf of Quenisha Johnson. Her attorney, Michael Sterling, just started off. We're going to pick it up right where we left off.
Ignore what he intended to do to Ms. Johnson. When you get home, he says that on the phone to Ms. Johnson and her 2 aunts who can corroborate it. Background noise. She should be scared. He says that in front of police officers at the house while she's outside talking to police. You saw the police officers take the stand. Each and every one of them coached well rehearsed.
And y'all, this is what's amazing to me in this case. This is why I speak the way I speak about domestic violence, and I don't really talk about, I belong to several groups, you know what I'm saying, but I don't talk about it on here because I don't, I just don't feel the need because there's so many, so much going on here with people stalking and taking stuff and twisting it. But this is why I do what I do in real life when it comes to domestic violence. Now, we've heard several references to cops testifying, aunties testifying, other testimonies, but this case is so minute to the public, in the eye of the public, in the eye of the law, right? That testimony is not out here. Like, what I'm saying is, now, shout out to Court TV for even putting out these videos, right? But as far as the live coverage of the case and listening to every witness and every day going live in the courtroom showing the case and showing the testimonies, that wasn't a part of this case. I wonder why. It's only these videos that Court TV is putting out. And another thing, Court TV is the only platform that's putting it out. This live that is, we don't have live courtroom coverage as far as like not. I hope y'all get what I'm trying to say. This case was not important enough to do live courtroom coverage where the public can see all of the testimonies of all of the people that testified. The videos that we've reacted to is the only thing that's out there on this case. We didn't hear the detectives. We didn't hear the cops. We didn't hear none of that. Now, maybe they'll put it out after the case ends. I don't know. If they do, we will. But I just find it really, 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 really sad that they didn't think enough of this case to put all of it out there to the public like they do on some of these other cases. It's just, I thought I'd say that, y'all. It's ridiculous to me.
Did she seem scared to you? No. Did she seem a little afraid to you? No. She seemed frightened to you? No. But you know who knew she was frightened? You know who knew she was scared? You know who knew she was in fear? DeMonte Smith. Because he told them. She's scared. She should be scared. She shouldn't have been out late. He knew she was scared. He knew she was in fear because he knew what he had done to her previously and what he planned.
See, according to what he's saying, there were things that were said in front of the cops and the cops testified to that we didn't hear. He's saying that he said something to the cops like she should be scared. She should have stayed out all night. We didn't hear that testimony. That's profound. You gonna tell the cops?
The prosecutor said the cops aren't on trial. That might be
because the cops testified as to what that man said, and people in the motherfucking courtroom probably wondering why y'all didn't do something. Yeah, it's a lot more remnant. All of this case was not covered. It's not. I've looked. Court TV is the only platform putting out the videos of the trial. Even when I first got a hold of this case and went back and Googled like I normally do when I, gonna do commentary on a case, there's usually news stories, there's usually videos, there's usually all of this. And it was a Google this case, you will find that the only thing that's out there right now is this court case that's going on right now. Like they didn't cover this story like they do others. It's sad, but it is what it is. But apparently, there's been testimonies from cops, detectives, and everything else that we have not been made privy to as the general public. Okay.
Plan to do to her that night. Background noise. What would you do if your girl was out all night? Niggas you play with? What would you do? Now, I never threatened her. I would never hurt the mother of my children. Not, of course not. I'm just glad she's home and safe. Background noise, right? The only person who repeatedly announced that they were going to do something to hurt somebody that night was Devontae Smith. But they want you to look at her and say murderer. They want you to look at Miss Johnson and say murderer. To the next slide. You heard Miss Johnson take the stand. Why was the threat so serious? Why did you take it seriously? Well, Mr. Smith had been abusive to her before. And no, she didn't report it to the police, but she told his mom, asked his mom for help. She told her cousin, Rochelle Newell, her aunt, Rochelle Newell, asked her for help. Rochelle Newell talked to him. His mom just got out of jail. I don't want to get him jammed up. He's the father of my child. But he slammed me on my face. Can you talk to him? Can you get some help? That's why she took the threat seriously, because she knew when she got home what she was facing. More abuse. She took the threat seriously because, as Ms. Johnson told you on the stand, he had beaten, brutalized 12-year-old son.
We didn't hear that. Now,
Wait
we
a
heard
minute,
about
did
the
he say
lady.
wait a minute, what did he say? Did he say he beat his son? Truth, I think you went out. I think. Money Boy, can you hear her?
What the heck happened? I just looked down and I see I'm the only one here. Hey guys, I did not know this. Where did Fun and Truth go? Can y'all even hear me? I don't know. Can y'all hear Baby Petty? Baby Petty, what you doing?
Playing Rainbow Friends.
Playing Rainbow Friends? What's that?
Well, I'll show you Rainbow Friends. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this.
Oh, that looks like Roblox.
That's because Rainbow Friends is Roblox.
Oh, I get it.
I don't play with my toys because my toys have the Rainbow Friends. Now.
Truth been gone. What the heck?
Yeah, every time I go in the window, I never see any monsters.
Oh, wow.
It's not wild, it's ugly.
Oh, ugly.
Watch it.
You love me?
Yeah. I'll show you how I play. No monsters in there.
Truth put in the chat she had a power flicker and waiting to reboot.
Daddy, look.
I can drop the link, but he ain't gonna be able to come up until she reboots. Wow, what do you know? I had no idea. I'm a starer. I just thrust in the spotlight. Look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See?
So, ladies and gentlemen, how's the weather? How y'all weather where y'all live?
I am on my
Yeah, it's sunny where I'm at.
Daddy, I'm gonna play.
Okay.
Daddy, I'm gonna play.
Okay. Echo.
Have any monsters in there?
No more monsters. Oh, yes, that's a good thing.
You heard me?
Because I want to see blue.
I hear echo.
Oh, that's me. That's definitely me.
I want to see blue.
Okay.
I ain't got no microphone or nothing hooked up. What about now?
Daddy,
We are underwater like food. Who underwater eagles? I ain't underwater no more.
Detroit
You
flood.
got the microphone. Don't do me. Y'all, my the power flicked off for like a second. Like, what the hell? And it made the Wi-Fi go down. So I apologize. You back from Mary?
Yeah, I thought it was me because Money Boy didn't answer me, so I'm like, maybe it's me.
Child, you know Money Boy be all over the place. He be listening, but he don't be accessible like that. He have to run back, get out the closet where Baby Petty done hit him over the head and put him in there. he have to go through a lot to get back to the but
now, before you drop down or whatever, I wanted to hear for you to replay that. Because I heard him wrong.
Oh, this is what I was saying. Thank you for reminding me. So remember on yesterday, the commentator lady that we was listening to, she mentioned something about an incident that happened with the 12-year-old. We had no idea what she was talking about, remember? So this is what it is.
Okay.
See, this is the disadvantage that we have because all of this testimony is not out there. And I'm gonna look, y'all, like I said, Court TV, I think is the only platform that Court TV, I went out for a second. Court TV is the only platform that I see that's covering this, and they're not doing like that live trial covers like they normally do, like in the courtroom in the moment at the time. That it's just videos they're dropping. So yeah, I'm gonna rewind that phone. Oh my God.
Yeah, because I know he didn't beat his 12-year-old son.
I think it was her 12-year-old son. Let's listen. I'm gonna back it up, y'all. Oh hell, I forgot. I gotta bring it back up for y'all. Okay. This is crazy. Oh, okay, Brooks. Okay.
Serious. Why did you take it seriously? Well, Mr. Smith had been abusive to her before. And no, she didn't report it to the police, but she told his mom, asked his mom for help. She told her cousin, Rochelle Newell, her aunt, Rochelle Newell, asked her for help. Rochelle Newell talked to him. His mom talked to him. She said, look, I know his situation. He just got out of jail. I don't want to get him jammed up. He's the father of my child. Can you get some help? That's why she took the threat seriously, because she knew when she got home what she was facing. More abuse. She took the threat seriously because, as Ms. Johnson told you on the stand, he had beaten, brutalized 12-year-old son.
He had beaten, but I didn't hear him say her 12-year-old son. I gotta listen to that again, y'all.
Face. Can you talk to him? Can you get some help? That's why she took the threat seriously, because she knew when she got home what she was facing. More abuse. She took the threat seriously because, as Ms. Johnson told you on the stand, he had beaten, brutalized 12-year-old son. Punched him in the face. Beat him up. A 29-year-old man beating up a 12-year-old child.
So, shout out to Tamara. Thank you, Tamara, for supporting my channel. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you. E-Boost, be safe, girl. We ain't trying to have you trying to swim for your life. Listen, it's fun.
So he whooped a 12-year-old's ass?
12 years old. He said he
hit him in the face. Man.
Punched him in the face, y'all. And I couldn't determine whether what he say her 12-year-old. I couldn't determine that.
It really don't matter. It
really don't matter. It don't matter. It really don't matter. But you know what? I gotta say this, y'all, because I have to say it. I have to say it. That right there makes me more wonder why she left those kids with him.
Mm-hmm.
But wait a minute. It couldn't have been her child, or unless she lied. Because I remember her saying on the stand when the defense attorney asked her about leaving the kids with him overnight like that, she said he had never been violent to the kids.
Maybe
do y'all not remember that?
Maybe towards her kids.
Right. So maybe it wasn't her child, but he did it to a child nonetheless. Mm-hmm. Right? Man said she guilty. She should have been gone. If all that happened, this is all premeditated. That don't make her guilty. Just because she didn't leave, man, don't make her guilty. That we can't do that. Well, and you know what? I'm gonna drop the link, man. You know you can come up and speak, right? I don't think her not leaving makes her guilty now. As far as the whole premeditated portion of it, I sort of kind of felt like on her way home, that woman said that enough is enough, and she probably made it up in her mind that if he tried anything with her, she was gonna take him out. I'm gonna say that. Like I say, I'm gonna say that.
I mean, we can all agree that she should have, quote unquote, been and left the situation, right, the relationship.
Right.
We can all agree on that part.
Right.
Why women do not leave when they should, you have to ask them that question.
It's several different reasons, I promise you. Right. Several different reasons.
But if she knew that he abused another child, a 12-year-old, I'm going to be honest. And this is the problem I have with certain women today.
Mm-hmm. Come on with the facts, Fawn. We got to put them out there.
This is the problem that I have. Now, if I have children or a child by another man and they're young, and just because I'm in another relationship, I'm not going to leave my children home alone with this man.
Mm.
I'm just very overprotective of my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I just can't leave with what's going on in the world. I'm not saying that man would do anything or not, but I'm just not going to put my children in certain situations.
Well, I can give you the flip side of that, and because I'm speaking from personal experience now. True enough, when I got with Tony, when I met Tony and we began cohabitating together, my kids were shit. My two oldest were a couple of years from being grown, and my Faith, my youngest daughter, she was like 12, 13, right? So, you know, there's been times when I've left, even though they're now she got smaller kids, but to me, honestly, I'm gonna say this. First of all, I wouldn't be with a man that I know and I knew about it. You know what I'm saying? So for me, my thing is this: you have to be very, very careful about who you leave your kids with.
Mm-hmm.
If you are putting that, because see, let's just be honest, Fawn, let's keep it a bulk. In this day and age, and single that are, with kids that are single mothers and they have to work. I know I saw that, Melissa. Let me put it like this. This is 2023. You got a lot of single mothers out there with kids, multiple kids, and they have to work. And they may get into a relationship with a guy to where they may be in a position to have to leave their kids, you know, along with the guy in order to work or whatever. Now, this is where true parenting, to me, honestly, comes in and being a woman, right? First of all, you have to know who you're with. And I'm not saying it like sometimes you're with somebody and you think you know them, and you really don't, because see, shit happens. Look at what happened with the little girl who we're gonna cover on Monday. So you with somebody, you think you know them, and you really don't. You know, single mothers are placed in complicated situations. You know what I'm saying? When they get with someone other than their children's father. Hell, sometimes it could be your children's daddy that'll do some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be very, very careful. And there isn't such thing as a woman's intuition. There isn't such thing as knowing a man before you even bring him into your house around your kids. See, I got a cousin that we fell out because I didn't agree with the fact that every man that she brought so many. She had 4 kids, 2 sons and 2 daughters, and every time I looked around, she had a new man coming and laying up in her house.
Mm-mm.
Not knowing the man, not knowing them, not knowing their family, their history, and all that stuff. And it got to a point to where, because I would say little things to her, I would ask her questions, I would say stuff, but it got to a point to where I had to be flat out, because those were my little cousins. She had daughters that had more, whose body parts was more developed than hers.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't just keep, going around, coming around, hanging out with her and being around that situation and not saying that. It damn near killed me. Like, I couldn't do it anymore.
Well, let's not just stress on little girls, because little boys get molested too.
Exactly. And when I couldn't take it no more, I had to tell her. I had to be so blunt and so honest that it came across to her. Well, she felt like she had to be defensive in a way, but I had to say it. And we fell out for a while behind it. We did, but I had to say it.
Yeah, because it's hard to tell somebody about their kids
and their life in their house and who they bring in their house. Yeah, it's hard. But as women raising our kids, you have to be careful. Now, I think shit happens. Sometimes you may think you know a man and you do. That's why you don't bring them in after a month. You don't bring them in after a week. You have to know, or at least think you know, or did everything in your power to know who you're bringing into your home around your kids. Now, with this situation, if he had done this to a 12-year-old, somebody else's 12-year-old, and she knew about it, and she allowed that man in her home, not only around her kids, but left them alone with him? No.
Now, I'm going to be honest. Even if I didn't know about you abusing another child, whether it's yours or somebody else, once you put your hands on me, it's a wrap. I'm not leaving my kids with you.
Exactly, Fawn. Exactly. And we talked about that the other day. I said, I don't know. And then you had a 2-month-old. I get it that after pregnancy and you been pregnant for 9 months, you had the baby, you probably done been in the house. At least I hope you're 6 weeks, and you want to get out, I get it. But going out and staying out all night, well until the next day, like who does that? So it's no judgment for me. It's just my opinion. And I get it that, we don't always do things the right way. Miss Janice,
I think she was an irresponsible person with a gun, rambling. I don't know who rambling is. I just think I've never been in a situation where
she was not irresponsible because she was licensed. I don't think she was irresponsible.
Right. I feel like she just, because I've never been an abused person. I've never been in that situation. But I feel like enough is enough, and everybody has their breaking point, and that's why people snap. I'm not excusing the behavior behind it, but I can understand why people snap in certain moments.
Right. It's a real thing.
It's real thing. And everybody cannot sit here and say, oh, well, I would have did A, B, and C.
No, you cannot
say that until you are in that position and faced with that. You don't know what your response will be. We can sit here with a cool mind and say, you know what, I would have did X, Y, and Z. You can't say that until you're put in certain situations.
Facts.
And that's why people fail and prejudge people. Because we weren't
even with her and me having the opinion, that it's only my opinion. Like, I would never, ever, ever, ever judge a domestic violence survivor, and I call it survivors because some don't survive. A lot of us are victims, and that we're gone. You know what I'm saying? So I would never do that, but I do have my opinions on certain things. But I would never judge this woman. We don't know everything about this woman's life, what she had to deal with, what she's dealt with. We just don't. We don't even know everything that happened in this situation because it's not out there. The whole trial went on, and I was gonna even say after we got through today that it was kind of behooving to me that the trial went so fast and that we didn't see more testimony. But hell, there is more testimony. We're just not made privy to it right now. Because we would have never known. We would have, and had he not brought that up, because when that lady said that yesterday, we was like, what is she talking about? And it come to find out this man not beat a whole 12-year-old child, punched him in the face. It's not okay.
People react for a reason. What was done to that person for them to react the way they did? You know?
All right, y'all, let's listen. Come on, Michael. Come on with it.
Hey, look, the state wants to play semantics. They want you to search for semantics. I want you to search for the truth. They're trying to search for a little semantic here and there. Oh, she did kind of laugh on the phone. She did kind of say this. Well, wait a minute. Use your common sense and consider all of the circumstances. Calls 911. Ask for help. Calls again. Waits and waits. Doesn't go to the house. Calls 911 again. Talks to Officer Lamy 2 times on the phone. Triggers her alarm system. Goes down and flags down a police officer and still doesn't go into that home until she has a police escort. Think about it, that's her home. Her name's on the lease. She pays the rent. It's in her name. Her children are there. But they want to play semantics, and I'm just trying to ask you to search for the truth. She didn't go there, and she waited for police because she was scared, because she was in fear, because of the threats that he made to her that night, because of his announced intention to beat her. Those circumstances, those facts, all of that has to be considered by you, not their search for semantics, but search for the truth. And the truth is that you don't refuse to go into your own home with your 3 children after receiving threats unless you are afraid. And you know, as the judge will instruct you on the law, Ms. Johnson had no duty to retreat. She didn't have to call anybody. She didn't have to wait for police. She didn't have to ask for help. She could have went in that house with her gun pulled and cocked and said, I tell you what, make good on that threat.
Come on, in the hood, Mike.
She's in fear. It's not what she wants to do. That's not her intent. She's asking for help. Background noise is what they call it. Look to the next one. Look to the next one. And then what happens while police are there? What happens while the police are there? As soon as these police leave, I'm going to beat your ass. Ms. Newell heard it. Ms. Gonzalez heard it. Ms. Johnson heard it. And here's the thing. Right in that moment that she hears you, right there, contemporaneously with hearing the statement, she says, hey, did y'all hear that? She tells police again. He's announcing his intentions again. And if y'all leave, he's gonna beat my ass. Did y'all hear that? Johnson's statement's short because it doesn't fit with their theory. It doesn't fit with this legal jujitsu they're trying to do to somehow convince you that this woman who's called 911 4 or 5 times, who's asking for police help, is a murderer. It doesn't fit neatly in this game they're playing with this woman's life. This is serious business. This is serious. This is a mother of 3 children who asked for help. But it doesn't fit neatly with what they're trying to do. So they say, oh, she said, I'm gonna shoot you. That's not what she said. She said, if y'all leave me, what's going to happen if I shoot him in self-defense, if he puts his hands on me again? And if you're in the back and you're deliberating and you want to hear that tape, you can ask the judge. And then they try to cut her statement short. She says, you'll be going tomorrow. That's not what she said. What she actually said was, yeah, we'll see what happens when you're gone tomorrow when I get a restraining order against you. Why is that important? Intent. Her intent is to get a restraining order the next day against this DeMonte Smith, who was promised to beat her ass on crib. Over again. They call it background noise. Doesn't matter.
Hey, Siri.
It's almost like they don't think she's worth protecting. It's like they didn't take his threat seriously. This victim of domestic violence. who is doing what every police officer who took that stand said that she should do. Don't take matters into your own hand. You don't have an obligation to call us, but don't take matters into your own hand. Call the police for help. Wait for us to get there. And she did exactly what they asked her to do. Now, the state wove this thing for you in their initial closing statement. They said she could have waited out. She could have went back to the police car and waited to go inside. She didn't have to go inside of her house. She could have did something else. They conveniently left out the fact that she does one more thing. Gives both of her daughters the phone and says, call 911. Mr. Sterling, why is that important? Again, it goes to intent. You're not calling 911 when you're intending to go do something. I'm not inviting the police to a murder.
Come on.
I'm not inviting authorities to an aggravated assault.
Come on.
I'm not inviting you.
I heard. He probably hires a motherfucker. I heard him. Come on, Mike.
To be involved when I've got bad intentions. She just wants protection. And those two officers who left her at the scene said, go ahead, defend yourself. Make sure you can articulate it. Almost encouraging her to defend herself and to take matters in her own hands so long as she can articulate it properly. What? In your hearts and in your common sense, you know that's wrong. And you don't have to leave your judgment and your life experiences. You don't have to leave it at the door when you're in that jury room. You don't have to leave all of the things you know about how all of this works. You don't have to check it at the door. You can take it back in that jury room and use your life experiences and your common sense and everything you've been through in your life and know that was wrong. To tell her, defend yourself so long as you can articulate it. That was wrong. To the next one. Now, the state said that I would not talk about the circumstances of what actually happened. That I would just talk about what they call background noise, but what I say goes to the essential elements of each and every crime that they charged her with, and that is intent. So it's not background noise. All of these circumstances, all of these conditions, everything that I'm talking about goes to the fundamental element of each and every crime they've charged. And the judge will tell you, every crime requires intent. And that's what this goes to. What was her intent? Now, Ms. Johnson goes up the stairs to retrieve her 2-month-old child. You saw the video, the child that the police officer said, give her the child. He doesn't. She's in the house, gives both of her daughters a phone to call 911, just in case Mr. Smith attacks her as he's promised to do. And she goes upstairs to get her child, who was just outside without any clothes on, who she was concerned about, with a soiled diaper. And before she goes upstairs, she was outside. She retrieves herself 2 cell phones, which she then gives to her daughters. She retrieves her firearm, which the police officer had told her to put in the car, which she followed his instructions. She puts that in her pocket.
Michael Sterling delivering the close for his client. We'll get a break, get you back for more after this. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing
the 2020 election is there covering, and the defense's closing argument delivered by attorney Michael Sterling.
Just in case Mr. Smith delivers on his promises that he's made all night. Just in case. officers, for which she waited 2 hours for officers to arrive, for which she's still on the phone with her aunt. Just in case he delivers on that, just in case, I want to protect myself. The state ignores the fact that she could have left that tire on. She could have went in the house like this. Come near me and see what happens. She ain't no duty to retreat. The judge will tell you that. Mr. Sterling, why is that important? I'm gonna keep saying it. Intent. She could have went guns a-blazing. She don't have to back down. You've been threatening me all night. You come at me now, I'll shoot you. She didn't need the tire iron. But she's not trying to hurt anybody. She's not trying to shoot anybody. She has no intention of doing something. She's going to get her daughter, and just in case he makes good on her promise. So no need to have my gun out. I'm not planning on shooting anybody. But she wanted to protect herself. You see, DeMonte Smith, he told you 72 inches apart. I'm 72 inches apart. 215 pounds. I'm 217. And just weeks before, he grabbed her, threw her on the floor.
Y'all saw that? Did you see that phone?
What the heck?
Girl, he scared me.
I'm like, what? And how did he know? Well, maybe they rehearsed it.
She may have known.
Yeah.
So she would have hollered or something. Hold on.
Doing something. She's going to get her daughter, and just in case he makes good on her promise. So no need to have my gun out.
Watch it, Melissa. Watch
I'm
it.
not planning on shooting anybody. But she wanted to protect herself.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
You see, DeMonte Smith, he told you 72 inches apart.
Hold on. Because I don't be want to play it for too long. I don't want to get struck. Okay, watch this. Watch this, Melissa.
I'm 72 inches apart. 215 pounds. I'm 217. And just weeks before, he grabbed her, threw her on the floor. That's why she had to tie her.
Wow.
As bigger than her,
Hello.
as my size, she wanted to defend herself in case he came towards her. And she wanted to go get her 2-month-old child. You know that. The judge will tell you she didn't have to retreat. But she didn't go on with that gun because no intention on using it. And when she goes upstairs, DeMonte Johnson confronts her. DeMonte Smith confronts her. Yo, cop ass, calling the cops. He's mad she called the cops. He just got out of jail. You hear it? She's like, just leave. You can hear on the 911 tape. It's a little muffled, but she's like, leave. He's like, stop playing with me. Stop playing games with me. Yo, cop.
So she says, leave. She's telling him to leave. She's telling him to leave. Listen, y'all.
Ass. And she tells you he charges at her. She loses the tire iron. Charges at her again. And in that moment, in that instance, her fear, her reasonable fear,
thank you, man,
for everything that's happened, she defends herself in her own home. You don't have to wait to get beat on. You don't have to wait until you're struggling with the gun. We'll talk a little bit about the law. I'll come back to that. We'll talk a little bit about the law. But I want to tell you some of the instructions the court is going to give you. And then I'm going to sit down. One of those is an instruction on innocence. Ms. Johnson, when she entered this trial, the judge will tell you she's presumed to be innocent. That means from the time you were out here and we were picking you as a jury, the time you sat in the box, as you looked at her, as she sat in trial, Ms. Johnson has a presumption of innocence. She's innocent. And there was no murder.
Man, I can tell you missed a couple of episodes because the cops was right outside when she did it. They had not left. Yeah, the cops were still there. They were not around them because she was back in the house. But the cops were actually still sitting outside when she did it.
Burden on her to put up any evidence. I didn't have to call a witness. I didn't have to cross-examine anybody. I didn't have to ask any questions. Ms. Johnson had no obligation to testify. I could have just sat there, let them do everything, and then came up here and said, this is reasonable doubt. I didn't have no obligation to do anything, but I wanted you to know Ms. Johnson's story. I wanted you to know the truth. I wanted you to help me search for the truth. Ms. Johnson is presumed innocent. And when we raise an affirmative defense, as we have in this case, the state not only has to prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they have to disprove the affirmative defense of self-defense justification beyond a reasonable doubt. That means they have to disprove to you that she did not act in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, in addition to proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I submit to you, they haven't done either one of those. No intent, no crime. Self-defense.
All right, we need another break. Josh Schiffer, how's he doing, Michael Sterling?
You know, I think he's making the salient points that he needs to, specifically with the intent and the linkage. He's dancing around, though, that elephant we talked about in the room, which is if there is a felony and there is a death, it's going to trigger this felony murder rule. So Michael's got to actually really clear the table. He can't leave stuff dangling. And that's tough when his client's actions were so clearly thought about. They were considered. She had put time into this in the days, weeks, months ahead of the killing. And that makes a big problem with the self-defense line.
How can you say that she had put thought into it months and weeks in advance? No. Now, I'll contend that she probably put thought in it on her way home. I'll say that. But how do you know she put thought into it days, weeks, months before it happened? You can't say that. You can't say that. Oh,
Other authenticity questions about her intent. It is very easy for a jury in this situation watching those police videos to infer and conclude that she knew right what she was doing. She was going to go on in there. There was going to be a fight. She was going to pull out a gun and shoot him. And you're not allowed to go in with that kind of pre-existing knowledge and intent without criminal liability attaching. And that's the hard part. She has so much of a great self-defense case, just not everything.
All right, let's get a break. We'll get more of Michael Sterling right after this. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, you've heard of Florida Man. What about Florida Woman?
Tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome Welcome back. We're watching two big trials this afternoon here on Court TV. We're in verdict watch in the widower murder trial out in Las Vegas. Jurors resumed deliberations a short time ago in the Thomas Randolph case. He's accused of planning the murder of his wife Sharon and then killing the hitman he allegedly hired to kill her. And the defense is giving its closing argument right now in the self-defense or murder trial. Let's go back to that courtroom in suburban Atlanta and watch.
Facts and circumstances that merely place a grave suspicion or raise speculation or conjecture are not sufficient. It means that grave, serious suspicion. Merely raise speculation or conjecture, that's not enough. Grave suspicion, serious suspicion is not enough. It's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Look at the next one. The judge will instruct you that whatever you've heard in this courtroom, whatever the facts and circumstances, the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. That means if you were back in that jury room and you saw Ms. Johnson take that witness stand, and she answered my questions, she answered the state's questions. She had no obligation to take the stand. She could have sat there quietly, asserted her Fifth Amendment right, which she's cloaked with by the Constitution. But she took off the cloak, took the stand to tell you the truth, to tell you what happened that night, to tell you the fear she felt in that moment when she defended herself. And I kept my promise to you in opening statements. I knew you would find out what I knew already. This is not something Ms. Johnson wanted, intended, had any idea was going to happen. She's devastated about this. She doesn't want to be here. She never wanted to be here. She never had any intentions of doing anything to hurt anybody. No intentions. And if you believe, when she took the witness stand, if you believe her, the judge will tell you, just believing her alone is sufficient. It's sufficient for you to say, not guilty. That alone is sufficient. Now, y'all, by now, I'm becoming a broken record when it comes to intent. But I want you in that jury room, when you deliberate, to understand how serious this is. The judge will tell you, intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. It may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. No intent, no crime. From all of the facts, all of the circumstance, all of the things they classify as background noise, all of the attempts to call police, everything, that allows you to get into her mind, to understand what her intent was that night. Do you invite police to a crime you're about to commit? Do you have your daughters call 911 for a crime you're about to commit? Reasonable doubt. No intent, no crime. Felony murder. I want to spend some time on this because sometimes, in my experience, I've seen the state come up and say, felony murder is one of those that don't require an intent. But see, the intent goes to the underlying felony. So if she doesn't have intent to commit the underlying felony, there is no felony, therefore there is no felony murder. I want to make sure you truly understand that. Because the state will get up here and say, hey, we don't have to prove intent when it comes to felony murder. We don't have to prove any intent on this. No. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she intended to commit the underlying felony. And if there was no intent to commit the underlying felony of aggravated assault, there is no murder. There is no felony murder. There was no intent. There was no felony by Ms. Johnson. She was simply defending and protecting herself. The judge will instruct you on self-defense. The state talked about it a little bit. Let me follow up on that. Defendant is justified in using force that is intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury when they reasonably believe that the use of such force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to themselves or others, or the commission of a forcible felony, which means a felony that involves the use of force or violence against themselves or another. So it doesn't have to be, as the state proffered, well, he didn't have a weapon. He didn't have anything. Well, he's 6'1", 6'2", 215 pounds, much bigger than her. In that moment, she can believe that he's about to do serious bodily injury to her. And she can use that force necessary to defend herself. No one knows when you pull that trigger that somebody's going to die. Nobody knows that. You don't know that. She's never shot anybody before. If she had, the state would have brought it up.
Excuse me, y'all, but Matt, I really can't, say with complete certainty because I'll kind of find out it's a lot in this case that we have not seen or heard because we have not been made privy to all the testimony. But I don't think so. I don't think did she know I don't think she knew the car. Now, that's not to say that they had made they had not come out to her place on previous calls because I think there was a history with these two. But as far as like personally or anything like that, I don't think so. Man, I thought the same for them to not do anything. That veers more towards the theory that maybe they had been out to that house before, on other calls. No matter what he's saying, it looks set up and premeditated. I get it. I come correct.
And one of the things the judge will tell you can consider is the absence of evidence. We'll talk a little bit about that too. To the next one. The defendant must believe that the use of force is necessary. The belief must be reasonable that the threat or use of force is necessary. And that belief must be what prompts her to use the force. She must believe the use of force is necessary, and that belief is what prompts her to use the force. Ms. Johnson told you, she said, want this to happen, I didn't intend for this to happen, but I believe in that moment, that was the force necessary to prevent him from hurting me, to prevent serious bodily injury to herself. In that moment, she formed a reasonable belief that that was the force necessary to prevent serious bodily injury to herself. Go to the next one. The judge would tell you there's no duty to retreat. She didn't have to call anyone. She didn't have to wait for anybody. She didn't have to call the police. She didn't have to wait those 2 hours. She didn't have to do any of that. She could have saw the threats, heard the threats on the phone with her aunts, and said, I'm done playing with this dude. I'm done with it. She could have gotten her gun and gone to her house with her 3 children on She didn't have the duty to call the police and wait. They call it background noise. But if she had done the opposite, if she didn't call the police, if she didn't call 911, if she went in the house after the officer advised her to wait, they'd be making a different argument to you, and you know that. They'd be telling you she should have waited. That's what they would be saying. But now, since she waited, since the police got there, since she explained to them, I'm scared, just 2 weeks ago he slammed me on my face. He's beaten my son before.
Michael Sterling delivering an impassioned closing argument on behalf of his client. We'll get a break and get you back into the courtroom for more after this.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight.
That demanded our attention.
They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves.
To serve.
Trials to find out how to watch.
Welcome back. We're in verdict watching the widower murder trial out in Vegas, closing arguments in the self-defense or murder trial in Atlanta. You'd see the clock ticking our way in that jury's work in Vegas, but right now let's go back for more of the defense closing argument in Georgia.
They're putting the onus on her. Not the sworn law enforcement personnel that she called. Not the officers who raised their right hand and swear an oath to protect her and you and me. To protect and to serve. You should have knew better, Ms. Johnson. The 5 times you called a police officer, they're saying all of that doesn't matter. They want you to believe that doesn't matter. They're playing games. Of course it matters. Because it tells you, no, she does not have the intent to do any harm. She just wants to be protected. Oh, well, she did say one time on the phone, I'm not worried about my safety, but she waited. They don't finish the statement. What's gonna happen to me might happen to me, but my kids is really what's important. And she waited. She waited. And she waited. She didn't have no duty to retreat. And they say, well, she announced her intentions.
Sterling just said he beat her son. Rewind a little bit. Okay, great. I got you. I missed that. Hold on. I got you, Miss Ann.
Flagging down a police officer, they're saying all of that doesn't matter. They want you to believe that doesn't matter. They're playing games. Of course it matters. Because it tells you, no, she does not have the intent to do any harm. She just wants to be protected. Oh, well, she did say one time on the phone, I'm not worried about my safety, but she waited. They don't finish the statement. What's gonna happen to me might happen to me, but my kids is really what's important. And she waited. She waited.
Do I need to go back further, Miss Ann? Let me see. I hate to keep rewinding, y'all. Let's listen.
He's beaten my son before.
Oh, there it go. There it go. Fine, you listening? Good job, Miss Ann.
I'm all ears.
Good job. I did not hear that. Well, I did walk into the kitchen for a minute. Listen, y'all.
She didn't have to call anyone. She didn't have to wait for anybody. She didn't have to call the police. She didn't have to wait those 2 hours. She didn't have to do any of that. She could have saw the threats, heard the threats on the phone with her aunts, and said, I'm done playing with this dude. I'm done with it. She could have gotten her gun and gone to her house with her 3 children on. She didn't have the duty to call the police and wait. They called it background noise. But if she had done the opposite, if she didn't call the police, if she didn't call 911, if she went in the house after the officer advised her to wait, they'd be making a different argument to you, and you know that. They'd be telling you she should have waited. That's what they would be saying. But now, since she waited, since the police got there, since she explained to them, I'm scared. Just 2 weeks ago, he slammed me on my face. He's beaten my son before.
Michael Sterling delivering an impassioned closing argument on behalf of his client. We'll get a break and get you back into the courtroom for more after this.
How in the world can a mother
Closing arguments in the self-defense murder trial in Atlanta. You'd see the clock ticking away and that jury's work in Vegas, but right now let's go back for more of the defense closing argument in Georgia.
They're putting the onus on her.
Right, man.
Not the sworn law enforcement personnel that she called. Not the officers who raised their right hand and swear an oath to protect her and you and me.
Hey, true.
To protect and to serve.
Now, I wonder, because I know in some cases this happens. I wonder if he fought her son because her son was trying to stand up and protect his mom.
You know, that could be. Keep talking for a minute, Fawn. Let me run into the kitchen right.
Because sometimes kids, when they're a certain age, they will try to fight back for their mother. I wonder if that was the case. No, Dolo had beat her son. Who's Dolo? Yeah, I'm just wondering, if that's the reason. Because kids, they gonna stand up for their mama. They gonna try. Well, I wouldn't have left my kids with him after that either. My thing is, once you put your hands on my kids or put your hands on me, I'm not trusting you with my kids. I'm sorry. That's just me personally. I don't know about the next person, so I ain't doing it. The Duchess, he probably didn't have no damn job. Shit.
That's what I said too. You're right though, Fawn. I was listening to that's what I was thinking, Fawn. You're right, Miss Fawn. That's one of the reasons why I love my ex. I didn't want to put them in. Yeah, that could be it. Like I say, I wish we had heard more testimony, but you right, Fawn, especially a boy.
Yeah, and when they get a certain age, and 12 seems right about that age where the kids will try to fight back to protect their mother.
Absolutely.
Even though it's a losing case for the child, but hell, that's your mama.
That's your
and
mama.
Maybe he got tired of, seeing his mama get knocked upside the head.
If you're gonna be her in front of her 12-year-old, it's most likely that her 12-year-old is gonna try to do something. And he probably beat that little boy because he tried to help his mama.
Yeah, because I know for facts, I know a situation where it was 3 boys always seeing their mama getting beat. And when they became teenagers, they jumped his ass.
Shit. It happens. I'm telling you, it does. It could be the daddy, it could be the boyfriend.
And it was the daddy. And the crazy thing about it, the mama tried to pull him off and stop him.
Wow. Wow. All right, y'all, let's listen. So Mike ain't playing with y'all today.
You should have knew better, Miss Johnson. The 5 times you called us, the waiting for us, the flagging down a police officer. They're saying all of that doesn't matter. They want you to believe that doesn't matter. They're playing games. Of course it matters. Because it tells you, no, she does not have the intent to do any harm. She just wants to be protected. Oh, well, she did say one time on the phone, I'm not worried about my safety, but she waited. They don't finish the statement. What's gonna happen to me might happen to me, but my kids is really what's important. And she waited. She waited. And she waited. She didn't have no duty to retreat. And they say, well, she announced her intentions. So did DeMonte. And her intentions were to get a restraining order and to only use self-defense. His announced intentions, they're saying ignore all of that. Don't pay attention to any of his announced intentions. Pay attention to when she says, I'll use self-defense or I'll get a temporary restraining order tomorrow. You don't have to wait to get beat on. The judge is going to tell you, Judge Morris, not me, is going to give you the law. And she's going to can be justified even when there has not been physical contact between anyone. If the menacing action of the victim is sufficient to create a reasonable belief that Ms. Johnson is in danger of imminent serious bodily injury, her use of deadly force is justified. You don't have to wait until you're getting beat up, till you're wrestling for your weapon.
Wait a minute, because I saw a comment that I missed. Now, Rambling, you said, well, he was trying to discipline him and he said, you ain't my daddy knuckle. Now, let's be clear. Young man, if that's the case, and I don't know if you're joking or serious, but young man shouldn't be talking to a grown-up that way, but that still don't cause for him to punch him in the face and beat him up. That's when you talk to the mama. You let the mama intervene. You don't do that. There's no excuse.
Now, why did he punch him in the face? I'm sorry, I was answering an email.
I would have honestly popped us after he touched my son. I would have too. So Rambling, I think maybe I don't know if she was joking or not, but she said, or was the boy was he trying to discipline the boy and the boy said, you ain't my daddy. Still no excuse for me. Not for that.
Until you're getting bruised and battered again. You don't have to wait. It's sufficient if the menacing action of the alleged victim creates a reasonable belief that she's in imminent danger or serious bodily injury. That is the law. You don't have to wait to get beat up again. To the next one. Here's what the state suggests. You don't have any bruises or marks on your body. We didn't see anything. Was she supposed to let him beat her up first? Again? Was she supposed to only shoot after she got brutalized? Again? He made his intentions known. He was bold enough to state those intentions in front of her 2 aunts. Bold enough to state those intentions of beating her while the cops were still there. They did not take him seriously. The state doesn't take him seriously. She did take it seriously because she knew what was waiting for her if she did not take it seriously. Don't let them play games with you. Don't let them do it. To the next one. Reasonable doubt means just what it says. After considering all the facts and circumstances, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit Ms. Johnson. What does that mean, Mr. Sterling? When you get in the back and you deliberate, you're talking to each other, if you're like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know, it's a close call. That's a doubt of the law. I'm not sure. I don't know, the state said this, but it don't seem like she had the, I don't know, that's close. This is not a 51-50 deal. It's not that. When I was a prosecutor, we used to have this thing. I was a federal prosecutor a long time ago. We used to have this thing on the wall because it was based on the way our first parents. He used to say, I'd rather 1,000 guilty men go free than one innocent person be convicted. That's what it said on my wall. That's why we have this system. That's why it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Because we don't guess people guilty. We don't speculate people guilty. We don't assume you guilty. We look at the facts. We look at the circumstances. We search our hearts for the truth. We listen to our common sense. We look at the circumstances, the totality of everything. And if your minds are still unwavering, if they're unsettled, if you can articulate, if you can give a reason arising from the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflict in the evidence, if you can give a reason and you can articulate that reason, that is reasonable doubt. If you can say, go to the next slide. If you can say, Ms. Johnson called 911 3 times, talked to Officer Laney twice, triggered her alarm system, flagged down an officer, waited 2 hours between the time she first called 911 until officers could accompany her, did not go into the home, talked to law enforcement at the scene. No one goes with that amount of waiting for professional law enforcement when you have intent or a plan to commit a crime. If you can say that, if you can agree with that, if you believe that's reasonable, that nobody would do all of that when you have an intent, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do or what to think, I'm just trying to give you some of the reasons that I believe you have to doubt the state's case as you search for the truth. If you can say all of that, and you can believe it, and you can articulate it, that's a doubt of the law. And you have to acquit Ms. Johnson. If you can say, seems like they're blaming the person who called them. It seems like they're blaming the victim of domestic violence, the victim of the threats, the person who was being told who did all that. They're blaming her because they can't blame the police. And as I told you, the officers took the stand one by one. She didn't seem scared to me. She didn't seem afraid to me. She didn't seem in fear to me. But one person knew for sure she was scared. And he told them, DeMonte Smith. And he knew she was scared, and he knew why she was scared. On Crip. Go to the next one. Daughter took the stand. She said, my mommy only uses that gun to protect us. You can consider the lack of evidence. I want you to consider the lack of evidence. The state cannot and did not produce one prior act of violence or wrongdoing. If they had it, they would have given it to you. They didn't produce her being aggressive or hurting anyone, her ever trying to assault anyone. Not 1 ounce of evidence to suggest Ms. Johnson has a violent bone in her body. That lack of evidence, the fact that there's no evidence that suggests this woman would go and start a confrontation and try to be violent to somebody who's been threatening her all night, that lack of evidence can be considered by you. This woman isn't violent. She isn't confronting her abuser. She isn't trying to start a fight. She's trying to get her 2-month-old daughter, who he would not give to her when police told him to. The one she just saw half naked with a body with a diaper soiled. And even in the midst of them arguing outside, when the police said, well, she was seen irate, what was her announced intention? His announced intention was, I'm gonna beat your ass when the cops leave. Her announced intention was, I'm gonna get a restraining order. Tomorrow you'll be cops leave. She tells them what's gonna happen if they leave, and then says, so what happens if I shoot in self-defense? Her 2 announced intentions that the state is talking about is her acting in self-defense and her asking for a restraining order. But they call his announced intentions telling you to ignore the evidence. I've never seen that before. Ignore the evidence is what they're telling you. They're telling you, I was just gonna get up here and tell you about a bunch of stuff that didn't matter. Y'all know I wouldn't do that. Y'all been with me since jury selection. You know, all of this stuff matters. Everything she did is important. What they're really asking you to do is to ignore any evidence that doesn't fit within their case. That's what they're really asking you to do. Ignore it all. Pretend like it never happened. Reasons to doubt. Let me take you into that house. Listen to the words, hear the words of Mr. Smith. Think about this. His announced intentions. Go in that house with me. After he said to the police, yeah, I snapped. Of course I snapped. Why?
It's muted on their end.
What would you do if your bitch was out all night while you're at home? As soon as the cops leave, I will beat your ass. Every threat of violence, every threat to hit or hurt someone came from DeMonte Smith. Every single one of them. Every single threat of violence that night came from DeMonte Smith. So if you go in that house with me, if you imagine Ms. Johnson in that house, handing her 2 daughters a cell phone, y'all call 911 and tell them you need help. They don't listen to me, maybe they'll listen to y'all. Her going upstairs to get her 2-month-old. After everything he said, use your common sense. Use your judgment. Who do you think came after who? Ms. Johnson has told you what happened. If you believe her, that's enough. But if you want to dive deep, if you want to look at all of this, go in that house. Is it more probable that he came at her like, why you call the cops? Or that she went into the house like, hit him, shot him. That's what they told you in the opening. She goes in the house, hits him with the stick, pop, and shoots him. But the only threats to hurt somebody that night came from him. They want you to listen to her saying, what if I do it in self-defense? But they won't listen to him. They want you to ignore that. Every threat of violence, every threat to hit or hurt someone came from him to her. From him to her. From him to her. His announced intentions were to come after her. Her announced intentions were to get a restraining order and to defend herself. They want you to believe something completely void of the facts and circumstances. They want you to believe she is a murderer. That's what they want you to believe, that she's a murderer. Go to the next one. The judge is going to tell you about an alternate consideration. The prosecution talked about it a little bit, and I'm obligated as Ms. Johnson's attorney to tell you about this alternate consideration. And I'm obligated to tell you that she's not guilty of this either. In considering the malice and felony murder, you've got to decide if the defendant was provoked and acted out of passion. If you find this, that she was provoked and acted out of passion, you cannot find her guilty of malice or felony murder. But you can return a verdict of guilty on manslaughter. So if you find that she was sufficiently provoked and acted out of passion, you can't return a verdict of guilty on felony or malice murder, but you can return a verdict of guilty on manslaughter. The judge will give you that option. The state brought it up, but she's not guilty of that either. She's not guilty of manslaughter. And let me just tell you this, because I know they want to paint me as a bad guy. I know they do. Mr. Shaw's gonna get an opportunity to come up here and paint me as a bad guy. I don't celebrate anybody losing their life. I don't. I'm a father too. There is no celebration for me for DeMonte Smith losing his life. My client, as you saw, certainly doesn't celebrate it. There's no celebration. But the law, the facts, the circumstances rules the day. Nobody wanted him to lose his life. Most of all, not my client, who went out of her way to avoid any confrontation with him multiple times. Nobody celebrates that. Young man lost his life. But to compound that with an injustice, to rip away Ms. Johnson from her 3 children, that's not justice either. That's not a search, a journey for justice. Go to the next one. I want you, Mr. Shaw's gonna get up here and tell you I was asking you to be a doubt seeker. I kind of know that playbook a little bit. But I really want you to be a truth seeker. I want you to search for the truth. Just think about all of the circumstances. Just use your common sense. All of the time she called 911, the waiting, the asking for police, the having to go to all of that. Just use all of that and search for the truth. And I believe when you search for the truth, not semantics, when you search for the truth, not legal jujitsu, not this legal woven of stuff, when you honestly search your mind and search your heart for the truth, you will know that Ms. Johnson is not guilty of the crime charged. The state promised you in their opening statement that they would prove to you Ms. Johnson set a plan into place. Ask yourselves, Can you hold them accountable for that now? That when her aunts called her, she set a plan into place. Call 911, wait 2 hours, officers get there, officers leave. She didn't set a plan into place. They can't show you that. They said the options were on her, not on the sworn law enforcement she called. He's going to talk about, remember when he was cross-examining her, he was like, didn't you have the option? You could have left. Didn't you have the option? You could have did this. But when I was asking the police officers about the options they could have exercised, Mr. Shaw rebutted every one of them. Now, the ones who are trained, you remember him talking to the officers? Are you post-certified? How long have you been a police officer? Did you go through the academy? All of their credentials. He went through all of it. But my client, who was at the time working at a hookah lounge as a hookah girl, is the one they expected to exercise all of the options that the police failed to. They're putting it on her.
Nah, I think yesterday we thought she was the truth that she was the stripper.
Yeah, I was
now.
going to say.
I don't know if a hookah girl is the same as the stripper. I'm thinking no. So she was not a stripper. Trey, the truth. You all free. She was a hookah girl.
She was a hookah girl.
She was a hookah girl. I feel you. I did properly use it. Yeah.
So I'm glad
What's
that's
not
cleared up.
She's guilty. I'm just saying. Oh God. Okay.
I called the professionals. I called law enforcement. I'm not going to put Ms. Johnson up here to give the closing statement. I'm not going to have her cross-examine witnesses. She called me, the lawyer, the one who passed the bar exam, the one who graduated law school. She called law enforcement, the guys who went through the academy, who swore an oath, who got the guns and the taser and everything on them. She called them to protect her. And now Mr. Shaw is over here trying to tell you, well, you should have left, or you should have did this, or you could have did that. But what about what y'all could have did? I called you for protection, to avoid this, to not be in this predicament. And they left her defenseless. And then, what does the police officer say? What does the sworn police officer, trained, experienced, what does she say? Make sure you can articulate your reasons. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just said I might use a gun in self-defense. Make sure I can articulate my reasons.
Mr. Sterling leaning into what the police failed to do and relying on, my client didn't have the intent to murder him. She had to defend herself. What else is he going to say during closing argument? Well, we'll take you back to that right after a short break. You won't miss any of his
arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in the state of Georgia versus Quenisha Johnson. The 30-year-old mother of four is charged in the fatal shooting of her boyfriend, DeMonte Smith, last year. Was it murder or rather self-defense like Johnson claims? Well, closing arguments is where the attorneys really get to say to the jury, this is why I'm right and the other side's wrong. Michael Sterling is counsel for the defendant. We're going to take you right back into court where we left off in his closing argument.
That's not what we need to do. Let's go for a walk. Come talk. No. Make sure you can articulate your reasons. Almost encouraging her to defend herself because they're not going to. Make sure you can articulate your reasons. That's what the person she called to protect her said when she said, I'm going to defend myself. What happens if I defend myself? What happens if I shoot in self-defense, if he puts his hands on me again? What happens? Just go ahead and articulate it. Make sure you can articulate it. The police officer who went through the academy, who's post-certified, who's trained in these domestic situations. And then they tell you she tried to right or wrong on her own terms. Y'all know that's ridiculous. I mean, how many times do I have to ask her help? I tried to ask y'all for help. Y'all ignored my pleas. Y'all ignored my cries. Y'all ignored my calls. Y'all left me there defenseless. She tried to right or wrong on her own terms. She called the state, the people who work for the police, 911 operators, the folks who were sworn to do this. She didn't try to right a wrong on her own terms. That's not even. After everything you've heard Ms. Johnson do, you know that's not credible or believable. Where is the tire rod? Ms. Johnson was arrested, as you saw in that video. She was put in cuffs immediately after walking out of the door. She doesn't go back in. The only people who have access to that premises at that time are DeKalb County Police. Where is the tire rod? Where is the surveillance video that Ms. Johnson immediately cooperated and gave them access to? Well, it's missing from 12 to 3. Y'all were there. The detective told you she had no access to her phone. She couldn't go back in. The only people who were there were the police and crime scene investigators who showed up 3 hours later and secured the scene. Where's all of the footage from what was happening in the house with police that was captured on what we know as Ms. Johnson's surveillance video? And where is the tire rod? The state told you she could have gone to the police who were outside. They didn't tell you, they didn't remind you that she called her daughters. She had her daughters call 911 to get different officers who might help. Those officers had told her to articulate her reasons. Why would she then go back and put her trust back into those officers? Instead, she did something different. One more step, one more opportunity to get police involved. My babies call 911. They didn't mention that. They want you to ignore that.
I'm reading the chat. So Ramblin', you say guilty for me. She had been abused so long she snapped. If she snapped, she's not guilty. I'm just saying. Justice, she also serves homeless. Yeah, if she snapped, then the defense would be like something like temporary insanity, maybe, or something. You know, snapping means you had a mental break. Like, honestly, like, unless you mean snapping from just snapped. I think if she snapped, then that would be a totally that's a whole nother defense. Truth, don't take any stuff from anyone. And she stayed Juice Kim. Truth, don't take any stuff from anyone that she stayed Juice Kim into. Well, yeah, see, and Juice Kim, don't take this wrong, because you know I love you to pieces. I really do. I just have an issue with women or men, even anybody that you know says, why didn't you just leave? Why didn't she just leave? Why didn't she just leave? Oh hell,
We all could say that, but
I keep saying I guess I can do a whole live on, you know, the many reasons why abused women don't just up and leave. You have some that do, it happens, but then there's reasons why an abused woman stays in an abusive relationship, and I just don't understand why women. I guess even being a woman, if you're not ever in that situation, then you just can't you can't resonate. Like I get it.
Because you can't think for another person. You don't know what's going on in that person's mind. You get what I'm kind of saying?
Yeah.
We can say, well, I would do X, Y, Z, but until you put in that position, would you still take those steps? I think it's just the mentality of that person, where they're at that moment, at that time. I don't know. It's just
The mind can be
hard.
so beat down, the spirit can be broken, the love can be all of that justice.
It
All
could
of that
be
plus
hundreds
on.
of things.
All of that plus on. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's sure true because some people seem to be misinformed. I agree, Melissa. I think I should. I think this case right here has prompted me, like, because I've seen some statements, some that I've spoke on, and some that I haven't. That really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But like I say, I'm not gonna speak on every statement because I want to stay focused. But it's just some statements out there, and I'm not being mean. Even when I say a lot of people speak out of ignorance, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you haven't been in that situation.
Right.
A lot
That's
of
like
people
saying, why are you on drugs? Why would you be on drugs? Why are you a drug addict? Just quit. Stop doing drugs.
just stop, and
Everything is
everybody.
easier
Can
said
I
than
explain
done.
my point? Can I
What?
explain what I was saying?
Let's
Okay.
find first. Let's find, and then you can
Okay,
speak.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Juicy Kim. I was just making the point. It's easier said than done sometimes in certain
No, I
situations.
wasn't saying for her. I was saying for that moment. I wasn't saying leave like just pick up your clothes and just leave like that. I'm saying one of them need to have been the bigger person and leave that at that
Let me
minute.
ask you a question. Let me ask you. Have you been watching this all week with us?
I've been in and out. I ain't gonna lie, I've been in and out, but I've been listening, but I've been having my own thoughts. Like I'm not saying that she needed to have the police failed her. I'm gonna say this. The police failed her and she kind of failed herself because of the fact that I'm not saying that she should have stayed and got the abuse. Yeah, he was a bitch. Okay, yes, he was. But my thing is, somebody at that moment before it escalated to what had happened needed to leave that premises at that moment.
I think the point of her calling the police was to get them to make him leave.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't do shit. They didn't do shit for her. That's the point I'm making too. They didn't do anything for her. So to me, if they didn't protect her at that moment, then she should have said in her head, "Well, let me just go ahead and leave tonight
And
and
that's the
let
point we
things
were trying
cool
to
off."
make. But that's the point we were trying to make earlier, that maybe that was her intent.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, once she went back home, maybe she was gonna leave because he did say something about her saying she was gonna get a restraining order.
And they should have gave her that option that night before all of this jumped off. That's why I said the police. Let me get up here and explain, because I'm not saying the reason I feel that she's guilty because a person's child is dead, even though he was whooping her ass. He was still somebody's child. This really all could have probably been prevented if the police had did their job.
That's what I said. That's what
And that's the biggest thing for me. I'm not saying that, yeah, it's okay he was whooping her ass. It's never okay for a man to put his hands on a woman. And I just think back to Mississippi burning. Okay? They found her guilty. And even though
burning, you mean burning bad?
Burn, whatever it's called.
Burning bad, girl.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
I love that movie. I love
that. Leave it alone, True. So, I'm just saying, in some cases, not all cases, but in some cases, I do feel sorry for the women, because my neighbor, her husband used to rock her head. Do you hear me? And she used to call my mom over to protect her. And it just was, I just was like, my mother used to tell him, Larry, just leave. Go, leave, Larry. Police never came. She would call my mom. And I was like, I'm a kid looking at this shit. I was like, what the hell? All these butcher knives in this kitchen. And he's, I'm like, what the hell?
Mhm.
So I can understand her frustration. I can see her frustration after getting, because we don't even really know how long he was rocking her head. It could have been from the very first moment she met him. He was rocking her head. So it's a lot still that we don't know. And then you got some of these clowns that put on this, I love you. I hit you down, but I love you. I can hit you today, but I love you. And sometimes us as women be like, okay, he only hit me once. But it's a constant hit. So, I think it's a little part of me that does feel that she's guilty. I'm just saying. That's just my input. A little part of me feel that she is guilty, but she could be innocent because of y'all said she snapped. And everybody has a breaking point. Hers just happened to be at that moment. So that's all I wanted to say. I just,
Thank
so it's
you,
gotta be one that's gotta come different.
Okay, Concorrect. You want to add something?
Yeah, about the guilty part. Hey y'all.
Concorrect.
About the guilty part. She did what she did, but it's up to the courts to decide what level. You see what I'm saying? Can she be held for murder? Can she be held for, other levels of the crime? Or they just be dropped? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so if I'm with my man and he's beating me or whatever, and I shoot him, yeah, I'm guilty of shooting him. Yeah, I shot him. But again, that's where the self defense, was it self defense? You see what I'm saying? Those different levels
Hold
of her
on.
guiltiness.
We got Justice, and Justice never been up, so I'm on hold on a minute. Justice.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to say the term guilty. You're guilty if you have done something that is wrong.
Right.
And if you have there is no guilt in trying to stay alive. There is no guilt in protecting your children who may get beat after you. There is no guilt in having a reaction to an action. Now we are all sorry that the guy is dead, because we want everybody to be alive, but it was either her or him, and she chose to live. So there is no guilt as far as I'm concerned. Not guilty, because she was reacting to an action.
Cause and effect.
Thank you. Thank you, Truth.
Hold on, Justice. Hold on. Because I had walked out. Thank you so much for coming up, Justice.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. You want to stay up, or you just want to come up to say that?
I want to say that, but let me just say something else to the women that are on the line. We have a tendency to be so judgmental when it comes to other women. Now, if we were listening to a man who was being attacked by another man for whatever reason, we wouldn't hear this much opposition to it. But as women, we are conditioned to come against other women. And you may say, well, I'm not really coming against her, but yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because we are hearing that this woman asked for help. This woman has been beat multiple times. Just that in itself gives her reason to act the way she did, do what she did. I just want to say, women, how do we expect men to respect us, to take us seriously, to understand we have a right to defend ourselves if you put your hands on me when another woman don't even understand it. Come on, ladies, we can do better. Thank you, Truth.
You're so welcome, Justice. Thank you for hitting the link. I appreciate you. Feel free to come back up again. All right, what y'all gotta say to that? Anybody want to respond?
I fight niggas too. I don't give a fuck if they female or male. I fight them bitches too.
Juicy?
What?
What you say, Juicy?
I don't have an opposition. I get down with the get downs. I'm hood all day, not just once a day, all day. And a nigga hit me, he getting hit back. I don't give a fuck what he did or did not do. Did he eat breakfast or did he eat lunch? I'm gonna take his ass out just like he trying to take me out. I don't give a flying fuck.
I feel you, girl.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Let's
I don't think asking questions is judging her though.
Well, I don't think asking questions is judging either. Like even having an opinion is not judging. I don't see that as judging. Hey man. Oh hell, he left. No, I don't think asking questions is judging. I just think that it's one question that I feel like is judging. And I got an issue with it, and I could be wrong. It's just my opinion. Hey, Bayou. I have an issue with the question of how could you stick around and the man is beating you? Like, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave? And I feel like I could be wrong in thinking that's judging as a question, but that's just how I feel. It's never gonna change because I do know that women are judged sometimes, when they choose to stay in an abusive relationship. Mm-hmm. I feel like some women are judged. I absolutely do. And I don't think it's right. I think that, first of all, you need to know the situation and the circumstances. And it's like studies being done on why women stay in relationships like that. It's reasons. And they're not all, some of them are psychological, mental. You feel me? It's a lot of different, it goes deep. It's a lot of different reasons why women stay in abusive relationships when they should get out. And then too, a lot of women actually do try to get out and they still get unalived. A lot of women get out. They get out. And then they're stalked and they're killed.
Mm-hmm. See, this is what I was saying. I was saying in regards to what Sanjia is saying. She said that her ex-friend.
Find it for me, Sanjia. If you find it, let me know, girl. I'll send it to me. Go ahead, y'all.
She said her ex-friend did kill her husband during a domestic
I know, I just read it. That's why I just read it.
And that's what I was talking about. Like, she did what she did, but the court's going to go through and see. So just like her ex-friend was acquitted, but we can't, at the end of the day, everything is not about judging. Saying that she deserved to get beat and for staying so long, that's being judgmental. And nobody deserves that.
Gotcha.
But she I hope she does get off. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I pray for it too. This is a trial. It's all about you. Somebody get that person out of my chat. I don't have time. I don't know why I ain't telling them to block you then. Bye. Anywho, let's listen because I found another recent video, y'all, that was dropped about 4 hours ago. Actually, it's not even on the Court TV YouTube station yet, but did Google and see it's a Court TV drop that was done 4 hours ago. So I really want to try to get into that, and we already at 3 hours and 30 minutes, which is fine. So that person's still typing. Do I have a mod? Like, honestly, wait a minute.
They were deleted, but eBrooks deleted them, hid them.
Okay, thank you, eBrooks. Y'all supporting the premeditated child by. And you supporting it too because you're here. So yeah, let's I think it's like 6 minutes left with Michael. Do I still have it up? Let's see. Yeah, I still got it up.
But you know what, you basically, the laws need to change, and it should be stricter penalties when it comes to domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think when a woman, when she does call the police, there's really nothing done.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see in this case that, what, calm down, go back in the house, or one of y'all need to leave and cool off for 24 hours. So there's nothing really.
But you do understand why the police act like that now, right?
Why?
I know here. I can't talk about other states, but here so many women go back, and they say that they don't get it, or they police officers end up being the one get killed, or whatever, because they say, "Oh, we don't get involved in domestic affairs." That's
I knew
they
you were
tend
gonna
to.
say.
Yeah, because so many of them get some of them get nothing.
First of all, what police officer that say they don't get involved in the
Michigan State Police.
What the hell is that a law? Like, honestly, like what do you mean?
They say because I'm trying to tell you that's what they were saying. I don't know. Let me say I don't know if it's that with this new chief of police, but I remember back in the day, the old chief, they wasn't allowed to get involved with no domestic affairs. You call them out, they would never show up.
Domestic violence is a crime. So you mean to tell me that the chief of police does not get involved with a crime being committed?
Listen, if it's just argument, so the way they used to show up is if somebody was dead. You couldn't even get these motherfuckers back in the day to come out for a domestic dispute.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
It is.
So,
wow. That's crazy.
So
they so many was losing their life. So many was losing their life. I'm sorry for the beating. But so many was losing their lives, and then some of these jerk ass bitches, police officers get upset because the women tend to go back to the abuser. And I was like, that's not their call. That's not their call. They still supposed to show up.
What I think you have nowadays is police officers taking it upon themselves to make a decision on what they want to take serious and what they don't want to take serious. See, my thing is this: I get it. Like, I'm the first to admit that you got some women out there that are call the police and lie. You got some women out there that are call the police when it's not what it, in lie says domestic violence. Oh, he hit me in this. Like, you do have a lot of frivolous calls, all right, when it comes to domestic violence. But my thing is this: domestic violence. If you get a call of potential domestic violence, they all should be taken seriously until you get to that location. And this is the thing. I feel like this. If a woman call the motherfucking police and lie and say domestic violence is taking place and it's a lie, her ass should go to jail.
Yeah.
Her ass should go to jail. Because that's not something you play with. And that's not something, are you calling the police on a lie? There's another woman on the other side of town that really do need the police, and you're taking up the police time with bullshit.
Right.
No, but our frivolous calls being made doesn't mean that the police is supposed to be so motherfucking lax about it. I just don't know.
They was like, I'm telling you, just like when motherfuckers claim rape, the girl down the street got raped by the boy across the street. They didn't believe her because she ugly. Let me tell girl, it's a whole lot of shit I can tell you. They didn't believe her because she was ugly. And this is from the police. Now, you should have seen how they was rolling their eyes and like, okay, ma'am, so start over again. What happened? It was so belligerent that I was like, ain't this some bullshit? They didn't believe her until it happened to this other girl. That's when it really was like, oh, wow, okay, yeah.
And
We already got a case
that's
on her.
when me as a parent would have had a motherfucking case against the state. I'm sorry.
But her mama had passed away, and it was her drunk ass daddy that was raising. But I was just like, this some bullshit. This right here, that's why I'm glad they cleaned out the police department, because some of them was jerks, bad police. That was bad policing. And I'm glad that they came through and cleaned all them bitches up.
Oh. Hey, man, you wanted to say something, add something before we get through with this closing statement?
Yep, she
What's
is
up?
guilty. Hello, panel.
Of course you would say
How y'all
that. Of
doing?
course. Now let's go. The whole week. Have you been listening to the case?
So, I've been listening today. The other days I was kind of in and out doing things, but
Okay.
from what I'm hearing,
Go ahead.
but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's a little premeditated. If she warned the cops that if he do that again, she might shoot it. What if she shoot him for doing it again or something like that? She already has in her head that she's gonna pop a cap in this fool if he try this shit.
Well, I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard me on yesterday, because I actually said that I believe, this is my opinion, this is my belief. I believe she had made up in her mind on her way home, before she got home, that if he tried to jump on her, she was gonna take him out. I think she, like a lot of people in the chat, is saying she was fed up. You feel me? She was fed up, and she didn't want to deal with it anymore. And I believe, honestly, and I can be a woman and admit it. I can, kind of go by what you said. I think she made up in her mind on her way home that she was gonna, do what she had to do.
And another thing about that, if she had the nerve to stay out all night long, she could have took those kids with her. If that was such a dangerous situation, she could have took those kids and got the police to get that dude out of her house. It was many other ways to handle this than what she did.
See, that's another thing. I now, some other people in the chat, the fact that it's a lot of it's a couple things that we've learned that makes me kind of give her the side eye as far as leaving the kids with him all night like that. The first one is, like I say, first of all, she had a 2-month-old baby at the house. She had a 2-month-old baby at the house, and we kind of find out that he had actually beat up on her. I don't even see now, like I said, and I'm gonna say it. I can see her going out. Maybe she, had the baby, wanted to, kind of get back to herself a little bit and get out and have a girls' night out. I get that, going out. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but the whole thing is she stayed out all night and well into the next day. She didn't get home. I think all this happened like in the afternoon, like 11, 12 o'clock. So she was gone from home all night. And then she left home really late. She left home, I think, at 11, 12 o'clock. And then she was gone all night. And then she was gone most of the day. So I'm kind of, side-eyeing that. But to me, honestly, even with that, you could question her and not judge her, but question. But still, there was no reason. There's still none of those factors made it okay for him to jump on her. None.
And the thing about him saying that he was gonna whip her ass on Crip, I mean, I have to do my Craig and Smokey imitation on this one. What nigga in the hood play like that? I'm just saying.
That's why the cop should have took him seriously. He meant what he said. And I don't know if you know, but he had jumped on her 2 weeks prior to this happening.
That was her time to leave right there. She had many
Well,
to me,
I
she had
see.
many avenues to get out if she had the nerve to stay out all night.
Yeah,
The night before
man,
she did this.
we know this. We've established that, but you cannot tell a person when they should do something.
She also
You
has to be
can't.
accountable for her actions too. We don't. It shouldn't look like an easy way out because the way y'all
I
explain it,
hear
it looks just like an
you
easy way out.
blaming her for the abuse. That's all I'm hearing from you. It's her fault
I mean,
because
I'm
if she
trying.
would have left a long time ago when she should have left then, she wouldn't have got her ass whooped. This wouldn't have happened. That's all I'm hearing.
True.
That she's
That's
the
how I'm
blame
actually coming
for
now.
her ass whoopings.
But how
I
many
mean,
times have
she's
we
not to
seen
blame
where
for it.
people, the women leave? They leave because we all have those two buttons, fight or flight. And these women leave just for the man to show up at their workplace or whatever.
Oh, I got some
And we
stories
gotta,
that we're gonna cover from these two channels that I've been watching where women have left. They left.
and the
And
man
they
does
ended up,
what?
and they ended up being killed.
Exactly.
You know,
So it's just a lot. It's a lot. They
I
were
see
just
if
in
she.
a toxic relationship. She probably called him broken all day. He smacked her and she smacked.
I see if she got him out the house and then he runs up on her. You know what I'm saying? After she went through the proper protocol, because how come she didn't get a restraining order or something like that?
He was going to do that. Never got the
Going to do
chance.
that 2 weeks after
Never
the
got.
hit.
Do you not understand that the police was still there when this happened? When did she
But
have time to
still,
get a restraining order?
still, it was 2 weeks. It was you just stated it was a situation 2 weeks beforehand.
I get
If
it.
she had,
So I get it.
if she had kids, why she didn't protect her kids? That should have been her main thing. If he's
I
fucking
agree.
me up like this,
I
why
agree.
wouldn't she go down there to go get a restraining order at that point? And he is
I
in her
agree, man,
house.
but we don't know why. And the thing about it with women in these situations, it be reasons. Now, I do know one of her reasons that she didn't even want to call the police when he jumped on her 2 weeks prior. She said it. He's already in trouble. He just got out of jail. She was telling his mom, I don't want to get him in trouble again. I don't want to get him in trouble again. But can you talk to him? Can you talk to him? He done jumped on me. Can you talk? So she had a reason, maybe more than one, but we do know that's one of them. She didn't want to get to do them no more trouble, which to me, honestly, in that case, in that instance, you cared more about that guy than you did about your kids.
Sound like to me,
I feel
sound like
like
to me, her mama used to get her head rocked too. Then, if she can't handle her son, the mama, who's this girl that cried out to his mama, can you get your son, please? He done beat me up. And the mama ain't doing nothing. Sound like to me, the mama probably used to get her head rocked too. So she used to.
call a
One
man's
more.
mama when he, in all honesty though, you can call a man's mama when he put his hands on you, but that mama can't do nothing with him. And it's not up to the mama, it's up to that grown ass man
Get
to know
her,
what
tear
to do
that
with.
ass up. So, I don't understand. I'm still the mama. I tear that ass up. You putting your hands on women? Let me show you how that shit feel. I still tear that ass up. The fuck is wrong with you? I ain't raised you like that. I don't understand. Just because a motherfucker grown don't mean he ain't your child. I'll teach his ass a lesson about putting his hands on somebody with some hot ass grits or something. I'm country. I'ma do what I got to do.
I
Another
get it.
quick question. No, another quick question. When she stated that she might be forced to shoot him if he put his hands on her, was that in front of her house talking to the cops?
Yes.
She's guilty because at that point you should have told the cops to get him out of the house.
That's what she called the
You know what I'm
cops for.
saying?
That's what she called the cops for. They didn't do it. They didn't do
What
it.
the
You putting the
hell?
blame on her.
They
So
didn't
she
do
said
it.
that to the cop.
That's
Why didn't
why
the
she
cop
called.
say, hey,
Do you
he
think she
needs
had?
to leave?
Wait a minute,
Or you
Fawn. Do
need to
you
leave?
think she called the cops for her to sit down with the cops and have tea and crumpets?
It sounds
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
it sounds like he naturally.
If she didn't want the cops to get his ass out, she could have just went home knowing he had threatened her, gonna jump on her, and could have just shot his ass. Fuck calling the cops. I call the cops when your ass is gone. She didn't want to do it. She said she didn't want to do it.
It kind of sounds like she kind of know the cops for them to actually let her go back in the house and commit this murder.
They didn't let her go back. There was just some sorry ass cops, man. I'm sorry. They was just some sorry ass cops. They didn't do their job. They did not do their job. Okay? And they failed her and him. And I'm gonna keep saying that. That's what I believe.
I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying in the chat. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at it from all angles. You know me.
So I got a question though. So let me get this straight. She didn't want him to get in trouble. But she decided to shoot him?
No, well, I'm talking about the 2 weeks prior. Now,
Oh.
as far as the day of, she didn't give a fuck because she called the cop. I'm talking about 2 weeks prior when he jumped on her and slammed her to the ground, and she did not call the police, and she called his mama. Her state of mind was, and she stated it to the mama, that she did not want to call the police because she didn't want to get him in trouble because he had just gotten out of jail, already had a case, and she didn't want to get him in trouble. That was her mindset 2 weeks before. That's not the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. So let me try to finish listening to Michael. We got like 6 minutes, and then we'll talk, and then we're gonna get into this video from today.
They said she prepared for a confrontation because she was going back into her house. She owns her leases. She pays the rent on with her 3 children to get her 2-month-old. That she prepared for a confrontation. I would ask you to use your common sense. Did she prepare for a confrontation? Or was she just trying to make sure she could defend herself? To the next one. Go to the next one. Now, I want to talk just a bit about the evidence that I anticipate the state's going to talk about. Because I don't want to leave this on. The bullet is consistent with how Ms. Johnson tells you this all happened. He charged at me. Same side of the body, where she says she pulled the shot. The bullet goes through the arm, meaning that they're facing one another. His arm is out, coming towards her, the trajectory. It's consistent. There's cases where you would know it's not consistent. If he was shot in the back of the head, if he was shot on the side, you would know if she's lying to us. She's not telling us the truth. But what she tells you, and saw me talk to the medical examiner. I said, well, somebody's facing me. Wouldn't it be consistent? He says, yes, that would be consistent. He says, we don't classify, we say it's a homicide, but we don't classify whether it was self-defense or not. But the evidence is consistent with what Ms. Johnson told you happened that day. Yes. I'm done. Y'all don't know this, but there's a rule that says you get 2 hours for closing arguments. I'm not gonna take 2 hours. I'm not. I've already taken enough time. I believe I've given you as much as I possibly can I believe I've given Ms. Johnson as much as I possibly can. I've been representing her for almost a year now. I've been with her, prayed with her, cried with her, encouraged her, sat with her children, sat with her family. And I promised her I would give her everything. I will sit down and it will be up to you, up to the individuals that we chose to sit on this jury, to decide the facts, determine the circumstances, look at all the evidence, and determine whether or not the state has met their burden of proof, determine whether or not Ms. Johnson acted in self-defense, determine whether or not Ms. Johnson had any ill intent that night. And Mr. Shaw's going to get up here because the state has the burden. And he's going to say a lot of bad stuff about me. He's going to say a lot of bad stuff about Ms. Johnson. And I won't have the opportunity to get back up and say anything, but you know I would if I could. You know I would. And so all I'm asking you to do is what you promised us you would do in your oath. Faithfully and dutifully consider all the facts and circumstances. Hold the state to their burden. Look at Ms. Johnson's presumption of innocence. Consider everything that happened. And then come to a determination as to whether or not you believe this woman is a murderer. Or was she just a mother who was defending herself from somebody who repeatedly expressed their bad intentions against her that night, for which the cops and the state ignores? And I would suggest to you and argue to you and believe firmly in my heart and hope that you see it too. When it comes to malice murder, not guilty. Felony murder, not guilty. Aggravated assault, not guilty. Use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, not guilty. Cruelty to children, not guilty. Ms. Johnson is innocent of the crimes for which the state has charged her. And when you go back in that jury room and you deliberate, please come back out with a true and correct verdict of not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
All right, y'all. That was Michael Sturton, defense attorney. This next video was actually dropped today, and I think it's called Self-Defense or Murder Trial Day 3. Remember yesterday we did Day 2 recap. This is Day 3 recap. Would have been done. This was done on Day 3. I can't get it out. Day 3 would have been yesterday. Okay, so this is what happened yesterday. All right, no, I do think she should be charged for the kids. Oh wow. Okay, so let's listen, y'all. I keep forgetting to share with y'all. Hold on. I just fell in love. Fell in love. Justice. He did a good job. I gotta say that. He did a good job. He did. Hey y'all, it's Friday already. Where do the days go? All right, let's listen. Now remember, this is from yesterday.
I'm Ted Rollins in for Julie Grant this morning as we round out another weekend. What a week it has been here on Court TV. We're going to begin the hour in Georgia where jury deliberations began about 40 minutes ago. You see the clock ticking away on your screen.
So this broadcast was filmed today, but they're going to be talking about, I think, what happened in the court yesterday. But as he said, we know that jury deliberations are in. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to come back with a verdict today, but I will be watching. And if they do, If they do, if I'm not on live, I'll come back. I will. Okay. If nobody else is on live, I'll come back.
In the self-defense or murder trial for Quenisha Johnson. We've been watching this one all week, and people have very strong opinions on what to do with Quenisha Johnson after she, the 30-year-old defendant, admitted to killing her boyfriend. She's facing multiple charges, including a top charge of murder stemming from the shooting of her boyfriend, DeMonte Smith. Last November, prosecutors alleged that Johnson premeditated this, that her actions to shoot Smith were very deliberate. They had a disagreement. She went to her vehicle, got her car and a tire iron, and he ended up dead. The defense says now this is a woman who needed to protect herself from a serial abuser. We'll see what the jury does. The jury's only been at it 40 minutes. We've already had a development in this case. Let's bring in Julia Janae. She's at the courthouse. And Julia, yesterday we saw this back and forth between Michael Sterling and the judge trying to find this other potential witness. That there's this woman that allegedly suffered some sort of abuse at the hands of Mr. Smith. And now this morning, Mr. Sterling has an update. And
oh wow, y'all hear that? Another victim. Remember they was talking yesterday about them trying to find this other witness or get this other witness testimony in, so come to find out there's another victim. Oh, we are so shocked. We are so behooved that he has another victim. Let's listen.
And has presented that to the judge. What can you tell us?
Right, Ted. We're sitting around waiting for the jury to tell us something to see if they may have a note, but the movement or development is something that the defense may want to reopen evidence for in this case. So the backstory of that 911 call, and the defense wanted to get it in. Some information from 2018, a young woman named Destiny Atkins who called police. Take a listen to that call and the reason why.
Destiny Atkins, 2018, another victim. Let's listen.
Why the defense now may want this jury to be pulled out of deliberations.
Tell me exactly what happened. My baby father came in here and beat her ass, hit me on my face, calling me a bitch because he got mad. I put him out. And
okay, the sound is a little distorted. They listening to it in the courtroom. I'm gonna cut my closed caption on and see if I can. Let me see. Hold on. See if it is gonna play. Hold on. No closed caption. Hold on, y'all. Well, we're just gonna have to listen very carefully because it's not giving me any closed caption. Well, let's listen, y'all. Now, remember, this is a woman named Destiny Atkins from 2018. I think this is to do with how she moved with her situation. His violent history should have been a red flag for any woman's death. Is different when you don't know, but when you know. Okay, so y'all, let's listen. Let's just listen carefully because I hope y'all can understand what she's saying. I'm gonna try my best.
And the reason why the defense now may want this jury to be pulled out of deliberations.
tell me exactly what happened. My baby father came in here and beat her ass, hit me on my face, calling me a bitch because he got mad. I put him out. And he said, I'm not safe here. He said, as soon as the police leave, he's gonna come back and kill me.
Hold on. So for those that said she could have put him out She could have left. Listen. So this woman just said, and I'm gonna rewind it. This woman just said he jumped on her because she put him out. I do have that in mind. I did, La. That's another one we're gonna cover. This woman said he jumped on her because she put him out. Listen.
They said, I'm not safe here. He's on my face. Tell me if that's what happened. My baby father came in here and beat her and hit me on my face, calling me a bitch because he got mad. I put him out.
Her baby father. Her baby father got mad, jumped on her, calling her kind of bitches because she put him out.
And he said, I'm not safe here. He said, as soon as the police leave, he's going to come back and kill me.
He said, as soon as the police leave, he's going to come back and kill her. He said, as soon as the cops leave, he was going to come back and kill her.
Question: Did he leave, and is she still alive? I'm just asking the question.
I came in here and hit me on my face, calling me a bitch because he got mad. I put him out. And he said, I'm not safe here. He said, as soon as the police leave, he's going to come back and kill me. It's exactly what he said. He already punched me in my face. No, he just slammed the house. I told him I was calling the police. And he said, as soon as he drove the alcohol involved today.
Did y'all not just hear that?
He was crazy. And I'm going to tell you this. Even though that girl called his mama, I'm going to tell you, it sounds to me, this is just my opinion, his mother didn't have control over him. He was probably crazy when he was a teenager and stayed in trouble a lot of times.
I said that. And he didn't give a damn what his mama said. He done beat women the fuck.
And let's be honest, when your kids are grown, you have no control over them. You can say, you can rant, you can cuss, you can do whatever, but they still gonna go out here and do what the hell they want to do.
Exactly. Let's listen to the rest of this show.
Now, the judge said that that call couldn't come in, but the girlfriend could be brought in if the defense wanted time to look for her. They said they were having the hardest time and just decided to move forward, Ted. So,
oh my God. The call couldn't come in, but they could bring the girl in. They can't even find the chick. Oh my God. That right there, to me, honestly, that would have been, oh my God, that would have been a bombshell. But my thing is, if you're gonna let the girlfriend come and testify, why wouldn't you? I guess it's all about evidence. I don't know. I don't know. I don't claim to know everything about the law, but ooh, it's a lot.
It would be nice to find out how she got him out the house and not get killed.
I would have loved for them to have found. Ooh, they should have found her. Ooh, they should have found her. Wow.
this is a development that they may have more information about that young woman.
Yeah, okay. Julia, we're going to actually go into the courtroom where Michael Sterling is presenting what he has found out this morning about this woman who, from the defense standpoint, obviously is a game changer. If the jury were to hear her story, it increases the potential threat level for Quenisha Johnson in the juror's mind. So let's listen to Michael Sterling talking to the judge about the person they'd love to present to the jury, but they just can't find her.
So, Mr. Sterling, can you give the court somewhat of a timeline, and you don't have to name parties that were where you obtain this information, but a little bit more details.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, it was I received some credible information this morning.
And when you say this morning,
Approximately 30 to 45 minutes ago, that the moment I rested my case, Ms. Destiny Aiken suddenly reappeared on a Instagram live.
Huh, y'all listen. Oh my God, this dude. So after even though they looked for this woman, right? Even though they looked for this woman to subpoena her to bring her into court, they couldn't find her. But as soon as he rested, as soon as he rested the case, all of a sudden she shows up on the Instagram live. Let's listen, y'all. Let's listen. And the only reason why I'm stopping and repeating what he's saying, because I don't know if y'all could hear him like clearly. But let's listen. I'm gonna back it up a little bit.
Case, Ms. Destiny Aiken suddenly reappeared on a Instagram live. It's my understanding that she talked about the case, and I received information that she had been in touch with DeMonte Smith's family, and that there may have been some suggestions, some tampering in terms of her making sure she would not appear, would not show up.
My God, today. Are y'all hearing this? It's not that clear. I know it is. It's not. Oh, you said, listen. So Destiny Aiken shows up on Instagram Live. She talks about the case. She talks about the case and stated that now this is what I gathered from what he just said, and I'm rewinding so y'all can hear it yourself. From what I'm understanding, he's saying that the family may have threatened her about testifying. Listen, y'all.
Making sure she would not appear, would not show up, or would not respond to any subpoenas, or basically avoiding us. That there was some suggestion, some suggestibility. I don't know the details, which is why I'm bringing it to the court's attention, just because I just received this information 30 to 45 minutes ago. To the extent, Judge, that I can still have my investigator go out, find her, because she's reappeared. She's posting on Instagram Live now. I'd like to try to get my investigator to subpoena her, to bring her to court at some point today, put her on the stand, get her under oath, and find out and inquire as to whether she was in touch with individuals from DeMonte Smith's family, whether they were tampering with her in terms of telling her not to cooperate, or encouraging her not to cooperate, or doing anything in terms of interfering with this trial. And if so, I'd like to, and even if they weren't, Judge, if we get in touch with her, I would be making a motion to reopen the evidence, because the court did say that we could put her on the stand to talk about specific things that were relevant and important to this case. But if she disappeared, and then I think even if there was no tampering, we can get in touch with her, I'd be making a motion to reopen the evidence, specifically to bring in those things that the court said we could talk about. I did make the prosecution aware as soon as I became aware, and there was some credibility behind it. I made the prosecution aware as well, Judge.
Okay, and so with Instagram Live, is, to your knowledge, is that public, and does it remain up, or can it be removed?
I think Instagram Live, it's public when it's live, but it can be removed. Someone can delete it, but there may be, later you probably can subpoena the records from Instagram, or get a warrant to find out what happened. But it's public when it's happening, because you're live. You can save it and leave it in your stories on Instagram, or you can delete it right after your live finishes.
Okay, Mr. Shaw.
Judge, Mr. Sterling did make me aware of this, and I was going to look for Ms. Gack.
I don't know why it's buffering, y'all. Hold on. It's buffering for some reason. Come on. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I could. I don't want to go out. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, child, it's getting good.
It
Unbuffer.
was getting good, but it just started buffering. God, today. And it took me.
They need that girl because she holds the key to everything.
Mr. Sterling did make
Now, for some reason, it'll go back. It's only buffering when it gets to that point.
me aware of this, and I was going to look for Miss Scott.
Now, I'm going to just let it sit. I'm going to let it buffer and see what it does, y'all. So let's just talk. Let me show y'all this buffering. I want to hear. See how it's buffering? But when I go back, it don't buffer. It's just going forward. It buffers.
Inch it forward like a cent. Just inch it a little bit forward. See if it is stopped buffering.
I did that. I'm gonna try again.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No,
See,
don't do it that way. Do it with your arrow. Your left arrow. It should go back 5 seconds.
My left arrow's not showing up.
No, it's just for rewind. Left is for rewind. Right is for forward. Space bar is for pause.
Let's see. I'm doing anything. It's not doing anything, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me y'all talk for a minute. Let me do something right quick.
I want to hear how this witness is the key to everything. I want to hear the breakdown. Not saying that you're wrong. I just want to hear how you get to that.
I didn't know after the jury. I'm like Duchess. Duchess said she didn't know once the jury goes out that they can do more evidence. I thought once the jury is out, that's the end of all evidence and all of that, unless they have a question for the judge. But I didn't know they can present more evidence after it's already closing arguments have been made. Can somebody explain that to us? Because we don't know. Anybody know how that's possible?
I'm not for sure, Juicy Kim, but if they were like looking for this young lady prior to, and it seems like she was in hiding for some reason, not wanting to be found, and then all of a sudden just pops the hell up. I don't know. Maybe they want to bring her in to question her. Were you threatened in any way, shape, or form to not testify or whatever? I don't know. That's a good question.
Ain't that's where subpoenas come in at? If she was subpoenaed to come in, she ain't had no choice.
No,
But
they couldn't find her to subpoena her. That's the thing. They couldn't
oh,
find
okay.
her. Yeah.
Okay, so now all of a sudden she done popped up out of space.
Well,
And
she popped up live on Instagram.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, like I'm just because that just asked the same question after the jury is out. I was just wondering how they can still. I mean, they would have to.
I think basically it's
Sort of like
probably
a
just
double
up to the
jeopardy move.
judge to
It's up.
decide that.
Okay.
I'm assuming. I'm not for sure. Don't quote me on that.
I mean, but why would they threaten her not to testify? The nigga's dead already.
Because maybe like most people, they want her to be guilty and be locked up.
I mean, I don't want her just to be guilty. I want her to be guilty for her, you know what I'm saying, as far as her conduct. Because now we're bringing forth a witness that's, you know what I'm saying, that's saying that he threatened her too. How did he get her out? How did
He
she
not
get
only
him out of
threatened
the
her,
house?
he not only threatened her, he abused her. It's showing a
She's still alive
pattern.
to tell the story.
Well,
She's
she's
still alive
blessed.
telling the
Every
story.
woman
How did
is
she
not.
get
And
him?
guess what? He wasn't blessed to have the opportunity to whoop another woman's ass. Thank God.
That's not where
See
I'm
how that
going with
works?
that. I'm saying if he threatened to kill her if she tried to get him out of the house, how did she end up getting out the house and still alive right now to tell the story?
A lot of people live to tell the story.
Just because she's still here, man, doesn't mean the threat wasn't made. I mean, come on now.
And she was
The
abused.
threat was made, but what was her? How did she get him out the house? Because this lady sitting here now, to me,
She
had a
called the
couple
police
opportunities to make
and
a
she
move.
told the police as soon as you leave, he's going to come back. He's threatened to come back to whoop my ass.
I see.
So
I
he
see.
didn't come
All
back.
right, so listen. It still won't play on my laptop, but I got it pulled up on my phone. And I'm gonna be able to show y'all, but y'all can hear. All right, so I'm gonna put it up to my mic and see if y'all can hear it, and I'm gonna play it so we can hear the audio of what else was said. Okay.
You can't hear True.
All right, then y'all gonna have to give me another second for me.
Yeah, that storm yesterday took me down. I got a down wire in my backyard.
Oh wow, we need some rain, man. When I say it's like 425 degrees outside and it's dry.
Y'all didn't get last week out. We got a tornado.
Man, the sun
The
is so
water that I've
bright
been
and
seeing,
hot.
the water that I've been seeing across the world, man, is like China is sinking. Man, it is water everywhere over there. California, and I believe it was another area where it's just straight flooded out, man.
Dearborn, Michigan is flooded like a mother sculpture. I was like, God, damn. You know, they think they better than Detroit is, but anywho, they flooded.
Is it hot though, or what? What's y'all temperature?
I think it's in the. It's not as hot as y'all. We ain't no damn 3-digit numbers. We
Yeah,
like
it's 95 over here.
maybe 83.
Oh shoot.
Oh shit, 83, man. I wish.
Yeah,
And
oh, Michigan, no,
The only
baby.
chance in the forecast that we may see rain, and that's 40%, and that's tomorrow.
Oh no, well we have. I mean, I love rain. Don't get me wrong, because it make my grass beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But that what we had yesterday, baby. That was
It's
coming
either
down.
we get too much rain or we don't get enough of it. It's never even killed.
Mm, that rain was coming down full force, and then it had the nerve to have lightning. I was like, "Oh, it's really lightning out
Oh,
there."
y'all was having some storms, but you walk
Yeah.
out the house now, boy, it feel like you done opened your oven.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
come correct. No, is she still up here?
Uh,
I can't see.
I can't see it either.
I don't think she's up here, but yeah, she know it's like I said, it's
Yeah.
25 degrees outside for me. When I
I
say the
couldn't
humidity,
survive if I lived in Texas, Louisiana, New Orleans, all of that down south. I love to visit. Don't get me wrong, but they better have air conditioning. I'm not going outside. I'm not going nowhere. You look like the heat is bouncing off the yard out the yard. I'm not doing that because I did that as a child and I don't like the way no, it's too hot for me. I can't
I
do
don't
it.
mind the heat. It's the humidity I can't do. It makes it horrible, miserable.
I remember we went to Florida one year
Oh
and it
yeah,
was
they get
the
humidity
child the
too.
heat. You can look at the ground and see just the heat look like it was rising off the concrete.
Okay, now we done turned into a weather station. Are
Oh
we?
no, you
Well,
said
you said
that.
talk until you came back.
I didn't even know I had fell off. I was trying to get my speaker and stuff, and I guess I must have hit the exit button. I don't know, but thank y'all. I'm sorry. I was
Now
just being
make up
funny.
your mind, woman. You want us to be silent up here, or
No,
you want us to talk?
I want that to talk, but I was being funny. Hold on, hold on.
Okay, Truth. I was going to say it's Friday. We can go. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was being funny.
She say
Okay.
talk, then you don't talk. Why y'all quiet?
All right. So let me play.
Continue to deliberate because at this point there has not been any court testimony, and I understand Mr. Sterling, you're an officer of the court. So I will give you all an opportunity to see if you can locate this particular individual, and if you are, need the court, if you can make, depending upon what your investigator finds, your investigator on the stand, and there is an appropriate showing, then the court, if necessary, will sign material witness warrant. And we will go from there, depending on what occurs, as to whether gets to the point of reopening the evidence. But as I indicated, at this point, I'm gonna continue to allow the jury to deliberate. You're making every attempt and efforts.
Afterwards, basically what the judge is saying right now is that she's going to allow the jury to continue to deliberate, but she's also giving him an opportunity for his private investigator to locate the witness. She even said that she will, if the investigator comes and testifies and be like, look, we think she was maybe threatening, of course, not to come, then we'll have a material witness warrant signed, which means, to me, honestly, a material witness warrant is deeper than a subpoena. Because a subpoena is saying, look, we subpoenaing you to testify, show up, but a warrant, like a material witness warrant, if you show up, you going to jail. All right, so let's see. Let's listen. Y'all can hear good? Can y'all hear good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
We'll address it if we get to that. Okay, and so I guess you all can be researching the issue, and in terms of the court, and I believe it would be within the court's discretion to reopen, but you all can research the issue that. But I do need you to look at the jury instructions. Mr. Shaw has indicated that the state a little bit more one of the charges that you all agree to, and I'll make copies of that upon approval of both sides. And then we'll send it back to the jury. Mr. Shirley, Ms. Johnson was present, and Mr. Shaw, but the court gave instructions yesterday. The court 8:14 a.m. this morning directed the jurors that they could begin their deliberations having that you and Mr. Shaw agreed upon to go out back with the jury and the verdict form. So they began deliberations at 8:14 a.m. this morning without having a copy of the jury instructions. And so I told them to proceed, even though they did not have that, given that the court gave the instructions to them yesterday. So as soon as you look at that, then I have informed the jury that they will receive the instructions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections?
I don't, Judge. I do not.
And Mr. Shirley, the reason that the court elected to do that is because, as you are aware, yesterday the jurors had taken a vote.
Okay, little matter with the jury instructions there, but the bombshell, a development this morning. The defense has located this witness, Destiny Aikens, that they would have loved to have had come in and authenticate a 911 tape. Because let's face it, if the jury hears that 911 call that Destiny Aikens believed that DeMonte Smith was going to come back and kill her, that's a game changer in this case. So Michael Sterling is still looking for her. She popped up on Facebook Live or Instagram Live after closing arguments yesterday. He wants to pop Isaacs, two wonderful attorneys to have with us that can parse this out. Greg, to you first. What do you make of this development here? And if they find her, Destiny Aikens, and the allegation here is that the Smith family got a hold of her and said, you better not respond to your, subpoena. How big of a difference could this make?
Well, it really handcuffs the judge because Ted, they're not five quarters in football. There's not 10 innings in baseball. And I mean, legally, once that jury begins to deliberate, the proof is closed. So that's a very unusual request to make. Now, if I'm the judge, I'm going to sit there and go, well, this may be a basis in the motion for new trial phase to say that we had newly discovered evidence. There's a problem. We want a new trial. So it really creates gridlock and chaos as this case goes forward. But I didn't hear that they found her. I heard that she had made an appearance on Instagram. And, Ted, let me tell you my experience issuing a subpoena ducis tecum to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook is almost like issuing a subpoena to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You get no, hell no. And then sometimes they comply. So, if I was Sterling, I would want to be able to demonstrate that I worked diligently to find this witness before. But just because you see a reference on social media, I don't think it's enough to reopen a trial. I don't think you can reopen a trial when a jury's deliberating. And it'll be interesting to see what happens.
And the judge said she'd be willing to issue a material witness warrant to get her in. But Marie, is it too little, too late scenario? Obviously, you still pursue it, right? Because to Greg's point, there could be a guilty conviction here, but there's a lot to happen after that, if indeed that happens, including an appeal.
I think it's never too much to pursue every avenue for your client to zealously advocate for everything under the Constitution, especially we're talking about a murder case here. But I'm not sure that this witness is going to be the smoking gun witness either way, unless, as Greg said, they can prove that there was some type of tampering, and then it would be relevant, because if some of the witnesses who testified on the behalf of the prosecutors were witnesses who actually tampered with evidence, it would actually ruin their credibility. But as far as a prior bad act by the victim, we already know that he is a person who threatened to kill her, who threatened to hurt her and beat her gluteus maximus off. We understand that already. So I don't understand what bringing this person in to say, well, he threatened to do the same thing to me, how it's going to consequentially impact the jurors, because the state already concedes, yes, he threatened to beat her. They're not denying that.
Yeah, I mean, I would think from a juror standpoint, if there's another person that comes in with a similar tale, if I had some reservations about the believability of the defendant, see why that they would want that in front of the jury. We'll see where it ends up. We need a break here. We're gonna, as they continue to deliberate, you heard the judge say that they're back there without the jury instructions. Michael Sterling is looking at those, and they're going to get those, and then they'll continue their work, deliberation process, depending on where everybody is.
Okay, that's the internet. I'm trying to make sure they hadn't put anything else up. Don't look like it. Oh, let me see. Oh wow. Okay, here's the Oh, damn it, man. Here's the state's closing rebuttal. Remember I told you, it's the state does their close opportunity to come back up and rebuttal what the defense said. So here's that. Okay, let's see.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, you was waiting on this, huh, Fawn?
No, I wasn't. My head already hurt.
This is Prosecutor Shaw with his rebuttal.
It's on IR.
This is an ad, y'all. I'm gonna mute it throughout the ad. I found another source. I didn't even know they had this on, but I didn't find this on their channel. This is on the web. I got to see how I can get subscribed to this. This is like live streaming. Let's see. All right, here we go.
Story that Mr. Sterling could have told. It's the only story that the defense could have told. I'm not going to say anything bad about Mr. Sterling. I'm not sure why he kept saying that. He's a fantastic lawyer. He did a great job of presenting his story. And that's all that it is. It's his story. Tell and try to claim justification, and she didn't even do it right. Members of the jury, when I started this trial and I opened, the first word I said to y'all was bye. Not once, but twice. Bye. Because those are the last words that this defendant said to Mr. Smith. And why I bring that up, yesterday you had an opportunity to hear from the defendant, and now it's, oh, well, I don't know why I said that. I don't know. I don't know. Members of the jury, you heard the tone. You heard her voice. It wasn't just a frantic person. It was dramatic. It was, bye, you're done, bye. That was her voice. It wasn't just I don't know what's going on. Let's talk about a little bit of evidence of the defendant's guilt. Now, I'm going to preface this again by saying I'm not saying anything bad about Mr. Sterling, but there is a lot that he left out. Let's first talk about Heather Stone, the first witness. Now, Mr. Sterling got up here and talked a lot about the DeMonte's intent, Mr. Smith's intent. He was trying to leave. You heard Miss Stone, and then that was corroborated because we didn't want to just leave y'all with Miss Stone's word. That was corroborated by a search warrant. He was trying to leave. He had requested an Uber not once, but twice. He had requested an Uber at 9:30 a.m. He couldn't leave because there were kids. He couldn't leave them alone. The defendant was MIA. Then he requested it at 11:55. The Uber was called at 12 o'clock. What Ms. Stone didn't know was that at 12:09, the defendant collapsed and was being given CPR.
We have to take one of those breaks, but up next, of course, the state's rebuttal will continue as soon as we come back from that break. Plus, we have live pictures outside the Fulton County Jail as we await former President Donald Trump to surrender on allegations that he tried to overturn the 2020 election. Stay with us. You're watching Court.
Okay, I'm gonna mute it while they play the commercial because I don't want to fast forward on my phone. I probably go too far. So it's muted, y'all. They're showing the commercial. And I'll unmute it when they come back. So right quick, what y'all think about what he's saying? So Fawn, I know you.
Let me hear it all out before I say anything.
Okay. It's stressful. Okay, it's back. It's back. Here we go, y'all.
Facing murder and aggravated assault charges for shooting DeMonte Smith back in November of 2022. We want to take you right back inside the courtroom to hear the final words from the state during their rebuttal closing argument.
So let's take a look at that. And something I want y'all to pay attention to in this video is something interesting that Ms. Johnson testified to yesterday. And what's that? That, oh, after I shot him, I followed him right behind downstairs. I followed him downstairs immediately. Take a look at how long it takes for her to come outside. Because she's got to lie to her kid and say that he hit me first. Where is she? I thought she was right behind him. There she is, a whole 20 seconds after that. Tell him he hit me. Why did Mr. Sterling bring that up in his post? Now, we've heard a lot about, well, Ms. Johnson made 911 calls. Ms. Johnson made 3 911 calls. And we're just splitting hairs. We're talking semantics. She was just laughing. She was laughing. She wasn't acting afraid. She's in her second 911 call, and Mr. Sterling said this, if y'all want to listen to it again, y'all can ask the judge. She says, I just want someone to check out the house. Then she says, I'm not worried about my safety. I'm worried about my kids. But when she testified yesterday, what did she say? Ms. Johnson said, DeMonte has never been violent towards my 3 daughters. Who was he with all night? Her 3 daughters. But now, after she left him to care.
So 3 daughters. Where was the son? Where was the 12-year-old? Because I noticed that somebody said 4 kids, and then somebody said 3 kids. So if she's got 3 daughters, where's the son? So the 12-year-old son wasn't there. She didn't leave the 12-year-old son. Damn it, you can learn a lot from closing arguments. All right, Candy, I'll get it. Thank you, sweetie. So the son wasn't there. He was there with the 3 daughters. And that's what she meant on the stand when she said, but I thought she said he'd never been violent against my kids, but she could have said my daughters. I don't know. Maybe the son was with his father or someone. Maybe the son been with the father or someone else because he jumped on him. I wonder, did she make her son leave? Not make her son leave. She probably removed, but see, that's the thing. I wouldn't have removed my son. I would have removed his ass. I'm just saying.
I can see everything that he's saying. See everything he's saying through his words. Not saying that the dead guy is wrong. The dead guy is dead wrong. Let's get that off the table. You know what I'm saying? Well, put it on the table. He's dead wrong. So when I'm saying certain things, I don't want y'all to think that I'm sticking up for him. I'm only looking at her actions because she's the only one in court at this moment. And so to me, I can see everything that he's saying because me being a man and dealt with some ignorant ass women at some parts, you know what I'm saying? I know how they can get. I know how petty they can get. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at all that when I'm analyzing it.
Y'all
Like,
remember
what
how
would make her
Perry
want to sit there and keep putting up with that?
Would you say what you said? The last thing you said, man.
So I'm really trying to find out what really made her sit there and deal with that unless she's part of the same breed. You know what I'm saying? When I mean breed, I mean as far as Crip. He said he gonna beat her ass on Crip.
You
So if
don't
she
have
also,
to be affiliated with no gang to stay in a relationship.
I know that. I know
You
that.
say of the same breed. So what you
It's like the same attitude. Say like if
is
somebody
that what you
petty,
say?
not to use the word petty like that. You know what I'm saying? But say like if somebody petty is with somebody petty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're gonna bump heads because they both petty. So if she was kind of like the same kind of, because he's not here to tell the story. She could have been just as much as aggressive on some of this stuff, but we don't know this because he's not here to tell his side. He could have been an aggressor. She can also have been an aggressor.
I hear you. I hear you.
But I could be wrong. I'm just going off the head, man. I'm just going off the head.
I get it. All right.
Care for her or for them all night. She's worried about them. I'm not concerned about, I'm not worried about my safety because that's what fits. That's what she has to say.
You know what?
Now, Mr. Sterling will say, well, we cut it off. She was going to say, whatever happens to me happens to me. But I think the most important part is I'm not worried about my safety.
But the thing is, Mr. Shaw, about her safety, if she was worried about her kid's safety, she's supposed to take the same action. Okay, let's just say she wasn't worried about her. And the reason why she probably said that because look, I can defend me, but I'm worried about my kids.
Let's pause it there. And, he started off by saying the last words to the victim, bye, more than once, bye. Melba Pearson still with us. Weigh in on how the state's doing.
Well, the state is definitely raising some good points. Again, why did she say those words, right? And again, it does sound taunting.
She could have meant bye, as in I done shot your ass, now you need to get out, or bye, you finna die. She could have meant bye either way. Because she was telling them to. How do you know that? Point me to it. Ah, hell no. Let me see, y'all. Let me see. I have to see. Point me to where you see that at. Oh hell no. Oh yeah, it sure is. Oh shit, it is. Where y'all seeing? Go to it. Nobody's typing. Oh Lord, have mercy.
But what we talking about?
They sell verticals in they regular typing. I'm asking them where they're getting it from, so I can go to it, but I'm not getting a response. So I'm just gonna end the live. I
think Ramlin said it looked like. That was. No, oh hell no, said it.
I don't know who Hell Nah is, but I'm finna block them because they pissing me off.
They saying guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
I'm
Where are you
reading
getting
it.
this information from? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got a sipper coming in, the verdict is in. Manslaughter. Oh. It looked like it was more than that. I'm just saying. On my scale adjusters over here, it just look like it's a little bit more than that. It should be more.
They saying it's on Court TV.
I'm finding it, y'all. I'm finding it. I see it. Let me pull it up. I see a little shortcut. Hold on. All right, here we go.
How much time do we approximately how many witnesses would the state like to call to defend us and Mr. Sherman, approximately how many witnesses?
I keep it brief, Judge, because I know a lot of witnesses would say the same thing, but somewhere between 3 to 4 witnesses, Judge.
Okay.
I'm trying to rewind it so y'all can
Okay.
but it won't do it. Let me see. Hold on.
I think that between the witnesses and
Maybe we'll go back after it's over.
Okay, so we'll schedule sentencing for Monday, August 28, 2023 at 8 a.m. Okay, so we're in recess. Do you all want to talk to the jurors?
Judge. Remain on bond. I know Your Honor didn't make a ruling. The state would ask the defendant be remanded into custody.
So I'm gonna allow Ms. Johnson to remain out of bond. Ms. Johnson. You need to appear here Monday morning, August 28th, at 8 a.m. If you are not here at 8 a.m. Monday morning, an arrest warrant will be issued for you. And you will be sentenced to the maximum if you do not appear.
I would like to speak to the jury. I'm not going to speak to Mr. Sterling.
yeah, I'd like to speak to him.
Okay, so I'm going to go back, speak to them, and then you all have an opportunity to speak to them if they would like. We're in recess.
All right.
Guilty of voluntary manslaughter. That's what this jury decided. It's my honor to have Michael Ayala come in early because you've been waiting on this verdict along with the rest of us here. Michael, tell me what's your, this is kind of what you predicted if it was a not guilty. You said this is a compromise verdict by the jury.
And I think that's exactly what it smacks of, just by virtue of the fact what the jury asked to hear, the 911 call.
Y'all to see. I want y'all to see, okay? So hold on. All right, here we go, y'all.
Guilty of voluntary
Somebody need
manslaughter.
to mute.
That's what this jury decided. It's my honor to have Michael Ayala come in early because you've been waiting on this verdict along with the rest of us here, Michael. Tell me what's your, this is kind of what you predicted if it was not guilty. You said this is a compromise verdict by the jury.
And I think that's exactly what it smacks of. Just by virtue of the fact what the jury asked to hear, the 911 call, basically they wanted to hear her words. So they were definitely focused in on her and what she was doing, which led me to really worry that this might be a guilty verdict on the murder charge. But obviously there seems to have been two camps. And the reason I say that is because the way the facts played out in this case, you either believe that she was in fear for her life or she wasn't. But I think what they're thinking is maybe something happened in there. We can't account for exactly what happened. We're confused by her words, by everything that went down. And they feel that perhaps with her words and her actions, there was something more there than just fear for her life, and this was just a compromise verdict. That's the way I see it.
And the voluntary manslaughter just means that she acted as the result of a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation sufficient to excite that passion. And so he started it, she finished it, but they find voluntary manslaughter. All right, let's look because there's some other guilties that were found. I think we have a full screen of it that I want to show you all because we also have guilty of felony murder, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. We have the guilty of the aggravated assault of family violence, a second guilty aggravated assault family violence, and then we have the possession of a firearm during a felony guilty and the cruelty to the children, third degree for both of the children guilty. Here you can see live pictures. Michael, weigh in on this as we see the victim's family very vocal
you
about
see
this.
the emotion, I can say this, with the voluntary manslaughter, there is a wide range for the judge to deal with, right? Because there's so many circumstances that can fall under those facts, right? That you're provoked in some way or a sudden emotional response.
Like a easy way out.
So the judge has a 1 to 20 years to choose, but then you also have the aggravated assault, you have the family charges as well, the possession of a weapon during aggravated assault. Will they run concurrent? Will they run consecutive? They all sprung range, so she could serve 5 years.
Absolutely agree with you a lot.
Okay, so listen.
I got a question for The Truth.
The Truth,
If
I'm
he
here.
could find out how many men were on this jury and how many women was on this jury.
I tried to look it up earlier. I couldn't find it, but I'm gonna get him to try to see. But listen, I'm gonna end it, y'all, because I'm coming back though. Listen, I don't know if I'm coming back or not. If I do, it'll be later. But I want to come back, right? I want to come back so we can, because this right here, it won't let me rewind, so we can see when they announced it. But I want to come back, and I'm sure now that the verdict is in or whatever, it's gonna be some more like lives or court or news.
Yeah,
I want to come back later, and I want to discuss the verdict, and I want to discuss why I feel like this is a bunch of shit. I want to discuss why I feel like this is why women don't speak up and speak out. I want to discuss why I feel like this is why women are scared to defend. I just want to speak out.
Yep. I'm very disappointed.
And I have to do it. I'm so upset.
Yeah.
I'm really so upset.
I feel you. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed because,
and I need to calm
they
down.
don't take our pride seriously. They always want to manipulate it. They want to question it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda it, and all of that.
I'm angry, and I don't want to conduct this live like this. I'm gonna
take a break.
Yeah, and then we're gonna come back. But I have to come back and discuss this, y'all. We have to come back. So whoever asked for that live on speaking about this or whatever, here we go. Because this is ridiculous. Like honestly, this gonna make the next woman second guess defending herself. I'm just say that. It's gonna make the next woman who's being beaten and threatened, this gonna make second guess on whether or not to blow that bitch out the water. I'm just saying.
Yep. The law is for the person committing the crime.
Absolutely, they have more rights than the
Yeah.
person that
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Well, all I can say is the bastard won't put his hands on nobody damn else.
Absolutely. And I ain't condoning killing. I'm not saying that young man should be dead. I'm not saying that. But my God, today, that's why I gotta get out this live, y'all. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed.
So you say you are bringing this back?
Yes, I am. Tonight.
Because I might have more questions. Just to not to piss nobody off. It's just a couple of things that
Well, man, you don't piss us off. We know you're gonna come with the controversy, sir. You already know what you're coming with. We don't
I'm
get
not
pissed
trying to
off.
create controversy, but I have to ask the things that might be overlooked. You know what I'm saying? If I see something, you know what I'm saying.
I get it.
Well, domestic violence ain't nothing to overlook. So
now I haven't been on my T channel, y'all. I'm gonna have to. I haven't been on my T channel, I think, for 2 days, and I've been trying to focus on these crime and justice. But I want to bring this to a bigger audience. So what we do tonight might be on my T channel, because I want a bigger audience. I want more women to be able to speak. It's gonna be an open panel, and I'm just upset.
Oh heck no! I'm only coming to the party if D-Truth shows up.
D-Truth was typing in the chat, but I'm a little perturbed that he didn't hit the link. He know we needed him.
Money Boy done ran off and shit.
I don't know what the hell Money Boy
Left
doing.
me up here to fight.
Hold
Left
on,
me up here to
y'all.
fight for my life.
Oh, who's the Rose White?
I want to know what the jury setup was like.
You want to know what, Fun? Lala, I'm getting ready to end, so listen, I'll be live later on my T channel, and you can come up then, sweetie. I don't want to deny anybody, but I have to get out right now. I can't continue in this state of mind. Yeah. Well, D-Truth, you know what, D-Truth? I'll call you and cuss you out when I get off live. Okay, hell no.
Well, I see y'all in the YouTube streets here.
Play what video, ebooks? I said I was gonna play it tonight. Y'all trying to get me to stay on here, but I'm telling y'all, I know when I need to digress. I know me. I mean, you
All
can
right, it
go
was
watch.
great conversation with y'all. I'm out.
All right, man. We'll see you tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, I was talking about tonight. Oh, okay, Lala. You can definitely come up. You think it? Did you say you think it was more men than women? I want to hear the verdict. Okay, ebooks. I promise to play it tonight, sweetie. I promise.
That's what I was thinking, D-Truth. I hope not, because if that's the case, I understand. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can rewind it for you, ebooks, right quick. Let me see.
Out of discretion, Judge.
Hold on 1 second.
Reacting
Right here is
emotionally
not letting
right
me
now.
rewind. Oh, and she's even interviewing with the lawyers, y'all. I'm gonna play all of this tonight. I promise. I promise. See, it won't. It's live ebooks, and it won't let me rewind. They playing the verdict right now. They're interviewing Michael Sterling. Y'all keep rambling. You know what? Hold on.
What? Ooh, I ain't gonna say nothing.
Hold on. You ain't got to. You know what the fuck this is. Now, I already said I was getting agitated and irritated. See, this is why I gotta get off here. Cause see, this type of bullshit in my chat talking to me is just not gonna happen. So, oh hell no. Oh hell yes. Okay. Enjoy your input. Thank you for letting us know. Goodbye.
They kept on just keeping us updated. We trying to watch it, and you just
I did all that, Lala. Let me get out of here. Farmberry, please come back tonight. We'll be back tonight later to talk about this too. And you know, you can, people, go watch it on your own devices. I'm just saying. See, that's why I gotta get out of here, because I'm getting in the mood. I'm getting in the mood. So with that being said, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for joining me in this live, supporting this commentary. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to my mod. Ooh, Lord. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank you, Fun. Thank you, Mad TV. Thank you, Juice Kim. And thank you, Trey, for hitting the panel. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Oh, and come correct. I'm sorry. I can't forget my heathen. So yeah, we're gonna get off. I love y'all. Y'all be good. Please be safe out there, y'all. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. I'll be back on the T channel. Look for the notification. I'll put it up when I know exactly what time. Okay, thank you. Oh, and Justice. Thank you, Justice. We forgot Justice Fun.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
She had a good valid point. I loved it.
Oh yes. All right, absolutely. So with that being said, y'all be good until next time. I see y'all later, okay? And I got to get that time.
Clown, no love.
And it's not gonna be long, y'all, because I think The Truth is going live later, if I'm not mistaken. I think he is. So I've got to get it in before or after he go live. But of course, Trey, I just got to come up with a time, y'all. So I gotta go for right now. Let me digress. Let me meditate. Let me pray a little bit. And I'll see y'all later. I love y'all.
Peace.
Thank you. Peace out.
Bye.
It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, we've been down. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, it's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, we've been down. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, we've been down. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, I It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. Oh, we better. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better.